Hello, everyone, and I forgot to get my coffee. Oh, well, wait, no. I was getting water, wasn't I? Sorry, happens a lot. 1 second. Okay. Bobblehead jump scare. Oh, yeah, people said they wanted Corner Lily to move. Or Corner CD to move. You know, people are like, hey, maybe by the end of the stream, I'll get used to calling her CD. Hey, maybe by the end of the stream, I'll get used to being called it. Would buy a CD bobblehead. Yeah, it's cute. Okay, so now, since I'm streaming on YouTube as well, I have to be very wary about the music I use because it keeps fucking me afterward. Oh my fucking god, it wiggles. Yeah, it's like a bobblehead. So, I'm going to be playing Baldur's Gate. And this is just going to be a place to, like, hang out, shoot the shit, and ask me questions. Bear in mind is that I do tend to be a little singularly focused, so I may drift out. Oh, I don't have the thing running. Where is it? Oh yeah, I'm also gonna make a point to try and just use something closer approximating my normal speaking voice in videos now. Because I don't talk like this in real life. I never have. I only talk like this on streams, in videos, and when I'm interacting with the patrons. No, normally I sound closer to something like this, although everything always sounds clear in real life. Unfiltered, my mic is like very bassy. So I always sound really muffled when I'm on the mic. Actually, no, fuck, I can show you that right now. This is what my mic sounds like normally, like without any of the filters on it. It's fucking awful. I hate it. I don't know why it's like this. But then I have to add these, but then I add all of these. And now I actually sound clear and like a person. Sweet juicy bit. Yeah, I always feel like I sound like I'm talking down the end of a sock. I could possibly be a little bit too trebly, but Honestly, I'd rather have too much treble than too much bass. At least treble is clear. CD got another upgrade? Yeah. It's almost 3 a.m. I shouldn't stay here. Yeah, probably not. Oh, God. Alter ego not. Wow. You're an old face. I remember you from like years ago. Big fan, laters. Oh, yeah. I recognize you. Huh. One second, everybody. Firefox crashed on me. Or at least I think it did. I can't interact with anything. Oh, wait a minute. Windows, would you like to update? Yes, Windows would like to update. Windows always wants to update. Every 2 seconds, Windows is just like, please update me. Oh, there we go. I fixed it. Laters for reals. See ya, Alter. Oh! Oh, shit! Oh, my chat thing is literally mixing Twitch and YouTube chat. Oh! Oh, yeah, I merged my Twitch and YouTube into the same Streamlabs account. I didn't know it would do that. Oh, that's cool. Do you also have distinction? I do not. But you know what? I don't need it. I mean, I look at the chat windows. I have the chat windows lined up on the side of the monitor, and I tend to look at that over looking at the actual looking at OBS. Oh, right. I need to use game capture, not window capture. Okay. Now that I'm done setting things up that I really should have. What the fuck? Oh, this is weird. Why are you like this? My cursor's missing on the screen. Like, if I turn on capture cursor, you can see it, but for whatever reason, I cannot. Oh, God. More technical difficulties, don't you love them? Okay, let's see. Oh, that's weird. the hell's going on? Okay, yeah, I've had this happen before. I just don't know how to, I can never remember exactly how I fix it. Hmm. At least, he just, it's CD actually. Let's, okay. CD is very cute. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I also appreciate y'all sticking with me while I figure out what the fuck is happening here. See if that fixes it. My Spanish flea playing in the background thought it fit the booth. That's so mean! Okay, I appear to have solved it. Hopefully. We'll find out. Okay, I did solve it. Alright, we're good. We're fucking fine. There is going to be a little blink whenever I have to tab over to different windows, but... Just have to fuss with a few things just so I can keep if I can manage to keep the view count for both streams up, then I should be fine. And I won't have to tab out. There we go. There we go. Easy. Okay. You can start asking questions now. I'm done fussing.
Very well.
The fussing shall continue until morale improves. How are you doing? I'm doing okay. The reception and engagement on the rebranding actually went much better than I expected. Oh, Corner Lily, you were a little too big. Why the new name? I actually didn't. I actually don't go. I actually haven't gone by my old screen name IRL for a while. Basically, something happened that made it just very like something happened that skeeved me out. I won't go into detail what. So I decided to stop using it. I had been planning to do this for a while. I was just trying to figure out exactly when I should do it, and I kind of figured that, well, every YouTube channel is currently getting fucked by the algorithm, so a lot of legacy creators' views are in the toilet, mine included, and I figured, gee, you know what? It's not like things can get any worse. Which fairy godmother made you animated? That is the ghost of Sony Vegas's past.
I don't want to talk.
I care not.
What is it?
We're all doomed.
I decided to use the horrible yassified portrait for Jan.
Need something?
I thought it'd be funny. I love ugly depressed bastard Jan from the that's in the base game, but didn't really fit everything else.
Not a problem.
Oh, by the way, the chat windows I'm looking at are quite small, so if I miss your question, you could just ask it again after a while. Now that all the rants will have to go and edit their thumbnails and titles, and that's good, actually. Evening. Evening, Angel. Well, you see, it's even better because like the term CD call, it gets meshed in with a bunch of stuff about fucking sound design. New username will probably get you a few more views. Yeah, probably. It isn't just a stylistic thing. I am working on like the style and aesthetics of my videos a little bit. I'm gonna go back to having a standard intro and outro with like new music and everything. But I am actually gonna make a point to just make videos that are just less nasty. Make videos about topics that don't fucking irritate me so much. And about people that don't irritate me so much. There's certain topics I just want to be done with, so. I'm reminded that I am shit at it. Hey, hey, honey, it took me a long time to get good at this game.
Consider it done.
Oh, perhaps we'll survive longer than I had originally thought.
Andy Bandy, please stop doing that. Fuck, what was I gonna say? There's a bunch of guides by a guy on YouTube called Devayorn. He makes guides for spells, classes, a whole bunch of what equipment is good and stuff. And those guides have a lot of basic fundamentals of the game that don't get explained to you. So I would use those. I would check those out. They're very long though. They're like 4 hours each. Rebrand is also just distancing yourself from old online stuff. I get that. Oh, yeah. You kind of saw it a little while ago when I said I'm kind of done with negative videos unless there's actually something to talk about. New content sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, I do have a sort of like older thing with the compilation of the Dragon Age videos going up next week. But the next video after that is Moon Girl, which I actually think is really good. And, well, I think you'll like the intro to that. It goes over about, it kind of recontextualizes a bunch of stuff I've said about LGBT rep and cartoons before. Namely, I mean, after Catradora, the scale of what's a 0 and what's a 10 was shifted, was put into different context by Catradora. And as a result, we could just like, okay. Here are things we used to think were bad, but aren't anymore. just by virtue of that new context. Catrador shifted the Overton window. Yeah, that's kind of the point I end up trying to make, is that, like, it's Catradora is that, and it got all kinds of praise, so is it really fair to keep throwing scorn at that gay guy from Glee? Not really.
Yep. This way. Whatever you as you wish.
Life is whatever.
What you want?
Surprised you decided to watch the episode after seeing so many people bug you about it. I didn't really have anything to do, honestly. Okay, YouTube chat, calm down with the eating. Andy Bandy, please knock that off.
Yes. Easily done.
Oh yeah, somebody earlier asked if the CD, here it is, genuine question, why CD? I don't know, it just, a couple of months ago, it just came to mind. It was just like, I need a new username, something a little more usernamey. And it just popped into my head, CD call. Yeah, that works. Thank you for bringing up the Old Republic as a topic in your Steven Universe retrospective. I remember seeing it and immediately... Oh, that's not a retrospective. That was made while the show was airing. I remember seeing it and immediately wanting to play as a light side Sith. My laptop back then was crap. Ooh, yeah. CD call is CD cool. I actually didn't notice the wordplay on the end of my YouTube post. It's like, hi, I'm CD call, but you can call me CD. It's not connected to music discs? No.
I care not. I've done had enough of this.
Oh, shit. Kagan, no, you sprung the trap!
Yep, I'm gone.
Oh my god, you didn't get it. Quick, Ibblein, run!
What at once?
Run out of the web! You know what? They're all dead anyway. Cast a web yourself. Yeah, that video got me into SWOTOR. Good. More people should get into SWOTOR.
Do you need something? Tell me, of course.
Fuck it. No, I'm not living that.
Yes. Very well.
I think I got Twitch to behave. That's good. Is it okay to use CD-based puns going forward? I would ask that you not overdo it.
Not a problem.
No offense, guys. You guys do tend to overdo a joke when you find one you like. Surprised it wasn't audio puns. I said before you studied or were interested in audio and radio. Oh no, it was suggested I study radio and television arts in college back when I was like 17. But it never really panned out. I did end up going to college toward the after I broke up with my ex-fiance, and I ended up studying psychology because it interested me. I was a psychology student too. Bet. Neat.
Yep.
I do not talk like one. I absolutely hated clinical speak. Is your chat showing both YouTube and Twitch? Yes, it is.
What the hell do you think you was doing?
What you want? My blade will cut you down to size.
Tell me.
Almost went into psychology, but pivoted to cinema. Yeah, you know, studying film occurred to me. But when I was a teenager, studying film occurred to me. But every single person I watched who did study film said not to. You know, it's like fucking back then. It was like Lindsay Ellis said that. Movie Bob said that. No. 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 Kagan, you stay right there.
Whatever easily done.
Eliza, don't do anything, I swear.
Why me?
Okay, they're over here. Now you can get them.
My blade will cut you down to size.
I unfortunately learned that too late. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, at once. Of course.
No.
Well,
What you want? I've
God.
done had enough of this.
God, the web traps in this map, I hate them. Cloakwood is its own fucking dungeon, I swear.
I care not.
I don't want to talk.
My blade will cut you down to size.
We're all whatever. It is hardly worth the effort of trying. Life. It is hardly worth the effort of trying.
do you need something? Tell me.
Never got any formal education personally for reasons, so it's interesting to me to hear other people's experience with it. It was enlightening. I had no interest in being a psychologist. I mean, if I wanted to be like a counselor or a psychologist or whatever, I studied the wrong degree. You're supposed to study counseling. I studied it because it interested me and it gave me a lot of perspective for my own shit. I'm currently doing web and game design in college, which honestly you can teach yourself, but the connections you get in college are pretty good. Didn't see the Ream post. I thought YouTube was screwing up with the notifications. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I did my best possible to like make sure everybody knew like that nobody was like, who the fuck is this person on my subscriptions list?
I've done had enough of this. I'm gone. This way. I've
What is
done
at
had
once?
enough of this.
But one thing I did to basically make it so that watching my videos shouldn't get you stuck with videos about me is that previously my name was in the tags of most of my videos, which was a problem. So it recommends you videos with similar tags. I have scrubbed my name from the tags of all of my videos and even my channel, because channel keywords do that as well. So if you clear your watch history, then watching my videos, like CD call is not in the tags of anything anymore. That was just a habit you had to get into like way back when subscribers were important. Well, the person is no one. Ah. God damn it. Yeah, it's not, so it shouldn't, like, just watching my videos shouldn't get you, any of that other crap. Hopefully.
What you want? I'm gone. Back home, puff guts would
I want now, watch time has become one of the metrics to pay attention to. Yeah, that's true. And, like, the thing is, it's not even an algorithm change, honestly. Like, it's not an algorithm change that did that. Subscribers could still matter. It's just that the vast majority, like, YouTube is predominantly used by the 18 to 24 age demographic, and the 18 to 24 age demographic now does not check their subscription feed, ever. They go on the front page and then they stay there. A lot of people kind of expect that if you subscribe to a channel, then YouTube will put their videos on the front page. No, YouTube hasn't worked like that for a very long time. In fact, when they made that change, it used to be subscriptions. When they made that change, people complained. But no, it's just like over time, over the last about 10 years or so, the user base has gotten less and less willing to click the subscription tab, and that's why subscriptions don't matter anymore.
I'm gone. This way.
Do you need something?
Down this side. Yep, I'm gone. This way. I've done had enough of this. I'm gone. Do you want to tell me a story about my blade will
Tell me.
cut you down to size?
Whatever you need.
Poor sod, taking the dirt nap so soon.
Oh, you died from poison damage. Well, combat's over. Get back up.
Quest is ready if you want.
I tend to just control R someone back to life when combat ends, just rather than fuss around with the raise dead spell. Why does Twitch have so many ads? I turned the ads down. They should be less frequent now. Yeah, it's 1 minute of ads every half hour. CD call, more like CD's nuts. YouTube bullshit. Sounds like, well, like I said, it's not YouTube. It's just how young people view this kind of content nowadays. They don't leave the front page, and that has been slowly been the case for a while. Yeah, they don't leave the front page ever, so subscriptions don't matter. Rebrand was so strange to me, but I'm glad you get a new beginning. I'm looking forward to your future videos. Thank you so much.
We're all whatever. What is the point?
What you want? This way. I've done had enough of this.
I did not know people were doing that because I've been using the subscription tab as the main way I watch videos, and I mostly want to watch those that I follow and only a few recommendations. Look, I'll be honest, it's not just young people. I've caught myself doing that. I've caught myself being like, I have not checked my subscription tab in 3 weeks. What the hell?
There is much we can learn from nature.
Sorry.
We should respect this place. Yeah, of course. Very well. Not a problem. Consider it done. As you wish. Easily done. At once.
Oh, perhaps we'll survive longer than I had originally thought.
Over the last year, I've noticed a lot of older channels have had their viewership plummeted. Actually, no. I know what it is. Channels that post regular content, like daily or weekly content, have had their viewership slashed. Largely because of the talk about content mills from H-Bomb's plagiarism video. Not blaming him, honestly. It's just a lot of people learned the term content mill and saw like daily and weekly uploads, and now daily and weekly content is now understood to be a content mill, according to them. I noticed it happened to MK, which is a shame. I like MK. Well, I like most of MK. I like Lexi. Paige actually makes sense since I fit in that 18 to 24 age range. Yeah.
Of course. Very well. Not a problem.
Where the fuck is Corin? The Northwest in the first part of Cloakwood. Oh, okay.
Consider it done. As you wish. Easily done. At once. Of course.
Lexi's a good bean. I love their explanations. Oh, yeah. Like, people ask me to, like, recommend other trans YouTubers, and my recommendations are usually Stitch, Soul Bunny, and Lexi. Because I'm a freak of because I am a freak of nature, my I overheat very easily. So I have to sleep with a fan in the window when it's minus 15 out. Michaela? Oh, Michaela hasn't made videos for a while. With Michaela, I usually recommend her as an artist. Oh, where'd the other sock go? There you are. You know, oh, it's funny. I always catch myself looking for the matching sock, and it only just occurred to me. Oops. Oh no, my mom gave me that. It only just occurred to me, I'm a grown woman. I can wear mismatched socks if I want to. Nobody can stop me. It's just one of those rules that I just had in my life since I was a kid, and so I just kept doing it.
Not a problem.
My blade will cut you down to size. I cannot. My blade will cut you down to size.
Oops. What is it? Consider it done.
You make your own sock chaos now. Yep. I cannot possibly not have the match. Even saying home all day, it's physically painful. Oh, you poor sweetie.
Down to size.
Okay, you guys can start asking more questions now if you want.
Easily at once.
And like I said, if I miss your question, it's probably just because I'm not looking at the thing at the moment. So if you ask a question, I go a little too long without it, you can just repeat it.
Consider it done.
I'm not going to snap at you like I used to.
Easily done. At once. Of course.
My blade will cut you down to size.
When you suddenly realize you're an adult and no one can tell you can't do something. I have completely lost sight of what is, I know you probably answered this tonight. As I was not here, does this rebrand also equate to a change in your content? Oh, yes, it does. I did say that. There's certain topics that I'm just going to kind of put to bed. And you're actually going to see that kind of shift in attitude at the start of the Moon Girl video. That's coming, the video after next. Which is generally just, there's certain things that I'm just going to stop banging on about. I'm just going to I've just decided to let them go. And I'm kind of moving away from fandom as a meta discussion. Oh yeah, you're not going to do cartoon analysis anymore? No, I didn't say that. I'll certainly do cartoon analysis if there's a cartoon that I think is interesting, but unlike what happened with the Owl House, where I made like several videos on it, even well after the point where it had started to sour on me, I won't be doing that anymore.
Not a problem. Consider it done. As you wish. Easily done.
I have to want to talk about it in order to talk about it.
Of course.
Even if something is bad, okay? Like, that's the thing. Like, quality and my desire to talk about it are like two very different things.
As you wish. Tell me.
There you are, Corin.
At once.
Oh, travelers, hold a moment.
Happier and healthier CD era. Yep. Is reconnecting with your native heritage going well? Yeah, it's going well. It goes slowly. You should do one big video for the large things you only want to talk about once and that you don't want to repeat. Yeah, that's generally the idea. There are some things I do want to talk about, but I'm not doing videos on them anymore. Like I said, I meant it when I said I could talk about Steven Universe all day because it's so fascinating to talk about. Has there been any newish games that piqued your interest? Oh, I had it here before. At the start of the year, I posted a thing about... Fuck, I can't find my recycle bin's on the desktop. I'll have to minimize the game to do that. At the start of the year, I posted like the 10 best and worst games that I either first played or first seriously played that year, not just that had come out that year. And there were a lot of things on the best list. Oh, wait a minute. I think I sent that image to Michaela. So it'll probably be here if I search. I know that when I posted that image, I had somebody basically say it's like, "Ooh, some of those games look interesting. I'm gonna check them out," and they apparently really liked them. Have you thought about creating your own video games? I kind of do. I like tinkering with like game concepts, but at the same time, I don't really want to like make and release a game. I enjoy making games. I'd have no ambition to be a game dev. If I make a game, it's purely for me. Come on, you gotta be here somewhere. No, sadly, I can't find it. One of those games was called My Big Sister Remastered. It is a horror game about a girl who accidentally gets her sister turned into a demon. well, sort of horror puzzle game. Oh dear. Oh, don't worry, it's none of that. It's none of that. Another one was Worldless. I actually really like Worldless. What game is this? This is Baldur's Gate. Nothing left to say about Steven Universe unless gives a new interview, a new project related. I am looking forward to that movie that she's making. How long is the Dragon Age era in your channel going to last? One more video, which is just a compilation of the videos that were just released with like a brand new ending. I call it the Ultimate Edition. And then I'm done with Dragon Age because I don't want to fucking think about this franchise anymore. Hunting down a wyvern. There's been a substantial reward offered for the head of the beast. Ah, okay, that's your quest. Now, you have mastery in longbow and 20 decks. I know what role you're playing in the party. You're getting the dead shot. That's just the girdle of gender. There we are. Outside the Moon Grid video, are there any other topics you are excited to discuss this year? Weirdly enough, I actually really want to revisit Coffin of Andy and Lele when its next thing comes out, because like it got like when I first played it, it got me thinking about the concept of like self-conscious irony. And one thing I kind of noticed is that I've kind of realized is that an actual horror game about a trauma bond, which is what it almost is, would be really, really fucking terrifying. I've always been of the opinion that trauma bonds are the most terrifying things in the universe, because I used to be in one.
Of course.
Or at least I used to be trauma bonded. Script, and you were just going to do standard attack?
Yes, not a problem. Consider it done.
My blade will cut you down to size. My blade will cut you down to size.
Just came out on my PC and saw you live. I love your new avatar in the bottom. Aw, thank you. It wiggles. She wiggles her head.
As you wish. Easily done. At once.
Are you ever going to revisit the Sith Resurgence or make anything like it? That depends. Define anything like it.
Of course. Very well. Not a problem.
What you want?
What is it? Consider it done. As you wish. Easily done. At once.
You have been waylaid by enemies and
Oh, shit!
What is your bidding?
I need an ale.
Do you need something?
I don't want to talk.
Tell me.
Life is so hollow.
My blade will cut you down to size.
The Wiggles are very cute, but I've had to bed in the meantime. Have a fun night. Thank you.
I'll do what I can.
My blade will cut you My blade will cut you down to size.
Does this mean we're now on V8 or the model, or is it V7? I call this model V6.5 because it is kind of the same model. It's just rounder and cuter and more ooh and more disgustingly ooh. And Corrin's already dead. Fucking lovely.
Down to size.
need something?
Poor sod. Taking the dirt nap so soon.
And Kagan's dead again. Some tank you are, Kagan. these two. Shut up. Okay. Went from living potato to a Funko Pop. Actually, I think the last one was closer to it was closer in design to a Funko Pop. Oh, yeah, you just had basic leather armor. That's not good. I'm sure we'll find something for you.
Tell me. Very well. Not a problem.
Oh, there you are.
Whatever, consider it done. As you wish.
Real sweet lesbian relationship time. I'm going back to read TSR for the real sweet lesbian relationship time. Oh yeah, I've kind of gotten off romance for a while. No particular reason. It's just the muse was just kind of left after a while. I got into I had an epiphany that made me experience a fundamental shift in my in like kind of how I approach and view love. So I've been kind of exploring that. She looks a bit more lively than tired, or maybe you're just using a different eye preset. Yeah. This would have been closer to the cheeky eyes. I did ask Michaela, like, these are like previously they kind of like the eyes, this eye shape on the previous one managed to convey both joy and being cheeky. And this one only conveys the first one. So I need like a cheeky eye.
Luck be a lady.
At once. Of course. Very well.
The eyes are so full of whimsy. Yeah, I did ask McKay, like, make her rounder and cuter.
Consider it done.
Yep, my blade will cut you down to size.
Will you ever do specifically political videos again, or just a usual political analysis sprinkled through fictional analysis? Probably the usual political analysis. How's McKay doing? McKay's doing well. McKay's doing great.
This way.
Yes. As you wish.
We're all doomed.
Bring up the sibling video. Maybe realize I'm aromantic and I'm not joking. Really? Did I accidentally get into a romance with Jan?
At once.
I hope not. I took him for the meme.
Of course. Very well.
I love the bobblehead nature of the new puppet. No, thank you. I was thinking to myself on what the new model reminds me of. One of the more roundness, the more roundness makes me think of Lego Friends. Oh, neat.
Not a problem. Tell me. Whatever you need.
Life is so full. Our quest is vain.
Hmm?
We're
Yes.
all doomed.
What is it? Do you need something?
Hello?
Tell me.
Thy temper shield!
Myself, just realized CD and MK. Huh, neat. How do you like your coffee? I like coffee all kinds of ways. Lots of sugar, lots of cream and sugar, just cream, black. I like it all kinds of ways.
Easily done at once.
My spiders! Kill them! Kill them all!
Look at the surrounding area. Deadly spider attack is no surprise. Why did we venture into this ghastly cave? I know nothing of this Iron Throne. You shall all now die. I love the new puppet, but I had a cursed thought. They're gonna at least one video of your sock the call the chibification of CD call or something. Oh my god. Do you drink tea? If so, hot or iced? Yes, I drink tea. Hot. I do not like iced tea. Sorry about Strike 3. Are you hoping to get it back, or is that the final straw? Given the fact that I didn't even get an email about this one, which was rather unusual. Actually, in fact, I should probably open my email program and see if there is one. No, nothing. Oh, come on. Knock it off. That bit at the end where you talked about how important connections get interpreted into romance because society puts a lot of emphasis on romance really made me reconsider my orientation. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I actually saw a post of already since the Tumblr issue made more fuckers pop out of the woodwork. Yeah, everybody's speculating on what it was that got me terminated. Here's the kicker. I suspect I posted the one second. Let's see. I posted the stingers for the Dragon Age video. And I think the one for Dragon Age 2 is the one that got me flagged. Yeah, like as is expected, the stalkers are speculating on what it was that got me banned, but the thing is, oftentimes the things they say aren't true. It's like, oh, you got banned because you keep talking about incest. Well, that's not something Tumblr bans, first of all, but second of all, I'm talking about it clinically. And my experience as being a survivor of it. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, the Dragon Age 2 video I think was the one that got it because it's set to that satire song about the Nazis, and it's got like Meredith, it's like Meredith with her hand in the air. So, yeah, I imagine that a bot probably recognized that some AI bot recognized that and was like, oh, gotta get that. If I hear back from them, then they'll probably say it's like, could you please explain to us why it's like, if they get back to me with like an actual response, then I probably just explain, oh no, like that song is satire and that's the villain of a story. Algorithm shenanigans aside, I'm super glad YouTubers don't recommend channel feature actually works. Oh, it does? Jesus. I've only heard complaints about it. Did you know Neuralities is back on YouTube? I'm so happy she came back. Oh, yeah, I heard about that. I haven't had a chance to watch your Sleeping Beauty video yet, but fucking hell, I am so glad to hear that. I was so glad to hear that because Neurality's work is really good. I was watching videos praising shows that I don't even like, but like I was hearing about it. I was just like, fucking hell, this is some top tier analysis. God damn. Making a new Tumblr or just letting some stalker, just letting you know some stalker already took CD calls a name. I do have a new Tumblr specific for the sole purpose of just reserving it in case. For the sole purpose of reserving a name, but I don't know if I'm going to use it or not. And I'm not going to tell you what it is. I had someone, like, I have been watching one of the stalkers try desperately to rules lawyer their way into, like, trying to get my channel terminated. And I think, like, since I said I don't go by Lily Orchard IRL anymore, it's people, like, they're now saying it's like you're not using your legal name when you file copyright complaints. And, like, honey, I just said I don't go by it anymore. You have no idea if it's my legal name or not. You know, especially because my love is physical affection, so people think I'm dating friends. I had to weed some of your stalkers from my Tumblr feed, and I swear these guys are batshit. Yeah, they're a little nutty. Anyway, let's not talk about the stalkers. Let's have like real. let's have some real discussions. The fact is, you only ever had my word for it that this was my legal name. You don't know what my legal name is. You don't know what my legal name is, so you have no basis for trying to argue that I'm not the. You have no basis for trying to argue that I'm using an alias. Yeah. Anyway, off of that. No more of that. I'm done giving these people. I'm done wasting my breath on these people. Let them cope, let them scream in their own little fucking corner, in their own little cage where they belong. New questions, please.
They all bestow the frost kiss. What you want? I've done had enough of this.
Yes?
Life is so hollow.
My blade will cut you down to size.
Oh, there we go.
Our quest is vain.
I turn off my blade will cut you down to size.
It's better to die on the feet
Yep,
than
I'm
live.
gone. Do you want to tell me a story this way?
I'd love to see you and Nora. Oh, that's never going to happen. Most of these big name YouTubers, they don't like me. Also, Neuralities watches Ant, despite Ant flipping back and forth on whether or not she's good or bad critic. So yeah, that's probably not a good idea.
My blade will cut you
I do not do collabs, and I don't want to be friends with other YouTubers. Honestly, I just don't, and I've never wanted to do that. I've never like even back when in my MLP days, I did not want to be friends with most of the other people in the analysis community. And one of the reasons that made them dislike me so much was that I didn't want to be part of their Skype groups and their like collaborative projects. I was asked to be on Analysis Anarchy the one time I appeared on it. So yeah, I don't want to be social with other YouTubers. I'd rather be social with my own social group. Like, this is my job. It's not my, this is my job, honestly. And while I do have a community in terms of a professional sense, my community in a personal sense is very different. Who's a character you feel like you underrate in BG1 or 2? Like someone who is good, but they never get played because someone with a higher priority does a similar thing. Jan Jansen. Jan Jansen's probably like the best thief and one of the better mages. But outside of Edwin and Nira, every mage in this game is a mage thief, and you can only really take one mage thief in the party. It's a bad idea to take any of the others. It's a bad idea to take more than one, and so, well, that spot's reserved for Immy. The only reason you're friends with any YouTubers is ultimately you make friends, and they occasionally make videos themselves. Yeah, like Sketchy. Keep your business and social lives as separate as you can. Yep, like, here's the thing. I'm not career-oriented. This is my job, and I would like to be left alone to do my job in peace. I have no interest in being a big famous star. I don't want to make my hobbies into revenue streams, so I don't want to be a published author. I don't want to be a game dev. I don't want to do any of that other stuff professionally. I would just rather be alone. I'd just rather be left alone to do my work in peace. You have any new thoughts on MLP as a whole? No, I do not think about MLP anymore. And I would rather try not to if I can.
I don't want to talk.
We're all doomed.
My blade will cut you down to size. I can't already bestow your thrust upon others. I'm gone.
Speaking of someone who had a close family friend, oh, hang on. Become a line manager. Good goddamn call. Okay, but why is Mage Thief combo so common? I don't know. They have like multiple, like the base game doesn't have Nira, so the only mages in the game who aren't mage thieves are Aerie, who's a cleric mage, and Edwin, who is just a conjurer. It's very strange. I can understand that. I like writing stories. I'd never want to be a published author because then my hobby, which I do for fun, would turn into work and the fun to disappear. Yep. If I were to ever be a published author, I'd be the kind of author who, like, publishes one book and then nothing else. Oh, hey! Jan managed to, like, uncurse her.
Kill them! Kill them all!
Nothing but revenge, Rocha, and I will have it. Another good deed that did not go unpunished. I feel pity for this John, whoever he is, for there is no fury.
It is better to die on your feet than live on your knees. What is it?
One book and nothing else. TBH, same. Yep.
Cut you down to size.
Upon our enemies.
Tell me. Of course. Very well.
Will you cover the new Avatar show about... Ah, shut the fuck up, Jean! God, Jean has more dialogue than common sense!
Not a
It is
problem.
hardly worth the effort.
Stop talking, Jean! Fucking hell. I'm gonna find a new mage and kick this guy out of the party. Jesus Christ. Why does he have so much fucking dialogue? I need to check. I can't tell. You're a good enough writer. The one book is all you need to blow our minds to the moon. Yeah, I have had one idea for an actual novel recently, but I've kind of been doing other stuff, so I haven't had a chance to really work on it. Do you like Vocaloid? I've heard one or two of their songs. I wouldn't say I like or dislike them. Who was this? Eliza? Okay, new level 1 spell. I'm going to take... Chromatic Orb. Fuck. What's the spell I want to take as a sork? One moment, everybody. I thought I'd written it down somewhere. Web, mirror image. Invisibility, detect invisibility, and blur. Okay. I'm uninformed because I go... Rude. I wanted to learn Vocaloid since this is a year filled with new exciting stuff. I think I finally should. I think you should, Gygus. We should all just take the opportunity to do something new. Honestly, that's like the best New Year's resolution to make. I'm going to do something I have never done before. Do you have a favorite musical? I do not. I do not. I'm not a fan of stage musicals, honestly. I've never really been a fan of stage in general.
Yes, consider it done.
Yes?
As you wish. Easily done. At once. Of course. Very well. Not a problem. Consider it done.
Let's see. Oh, I did accidentally. Whoops.
What
Oh,
is
there we go. Well, that solved that
easily
problem.
done. At once. Of course. Very well.
Mean that you intend to take down older videos that no longer align with it now? No.
Consider it done. As you wish. Easily done.
Whenever I take down a video, it ends up getting mirrored, and I have to like waste time striking it, and it's just a pain in the ass. If I keep it up, if I keep it on the channel, and somebody tries to like mirror or re-upload it, then I can just straight up, I can ask YouTube to prevent copies of it.
Not a problem. Consider it done. As you wish.
Cut you down to size.
On our enemies.
Okay, let's see. Let's cut the audio down a bit. Okay. It to keep the old videos and make revenue off it, it's still a win. Yeah, the majority of the old videos, it's only a few of the old videos. It's only a few of the old videos that really pull in a significant amount of viewership. But I mean, 583 videos, all making tiny amounts of revenue over time it adds up.
At once.
Probably accounts for like 20% of my revenue.
Very well. Not a problem. Consider it as you wish.
It's the Korra video, the Steven Universe video, and a lot of the recent videos that have had more staying power than normal.
Down to size.
Do you need something? Tell me. Easily done. At once. Of course. Very well. Not a problem. Consider it done. As you wish. Easily done. At once.
It would be good for you to watch your actions while in this wood.
Of course. Very well. Not a problem.
Ah, fuck.
Consider it as you wish.
Did you accidentally start a romance with the Yapper? Yeah.
At once.
I don't even know how I did that.
Of course. Very well. Not a problem.
I was just mashing through his conversations because, like, I was in the, I was doing the bandit camp, and he would just have a conversation every single time I ended a fight.
Whatever you need.
Cut you down to size.
Ah, studded leather. Good.
Yes, as you wish. Easily done.
Corin is slightly more protected.
At once. Of course. Very well. Not a problem.
Typically, if you hum and nod, they think you're engaged. Yeah.
Consider it done.
Still makes SU stand seethe to this day, and I feel like them. Yeah, I did originally. I had originally taken it down, but then Steven Universe fans started being like fucking ungraceful tool bags about it, and it was just okay, fine, it's going back up. Go fuck yourself.
Cut you down to size.
Must assist thee some other time.
What is it?
I'll do what I can, but expect very little.
As you wish. Yep.
Had a dash. Happy streaming, CD. Thank you. My love life is best described as accidentally started a romance with the Yapper.
It's better to die on your feet than live.
My blade will cut you down to size.
Do you need something? Tell me.
We delude ourselves to think our pitiable band will stand up to our enemies.
Whatever you need. Easily done. At once.
Ugh, I've lost my patience with Jean so quickly. He will not shut the fuck
Not a
up.
problem. Consider it as you wish. Easily done. At once.
Okay, guys, more questions if we can get back to them.
Very well.
I'm wishing death on you. SU Reddit acts like that video is holding the family hostage. Yeah, it's like... I mean, look, it's... I don't want to dwell on that topic. Move on. More new questions,
Not a
please.
problem. Consider it done. As you problem. Consider it done as you wish. Easily done. At once. Of course. Very well.
What's your favorite food? I have become extremely partial to fry bread recently.
Easily done. At once. Of course. Very well.
You mentioned something about a hike in one of your earlier videos. You have a good time? Oh yeah, I posted I posted photos of it on Tumblr. It was really fun. It was really good. It was a very good time. Yeah, it was exhausting. I mean, like my legs were absolutely killing me for like by the time I got back, because I had to walk 13 kilometers up and 13 kilometers back. And by the time I got back, oh my god, every step I took was agony. And my legs were killing me for the next 2 days. Oh, no, sorry. It was 13 kilometers the whole way. 6.5 up and 6.5 back. My apologies. Still a lot. I actually, I think that's probably the longest single distance I've ever walked. Glad you got back safely. Oh yeah, like I reached the end. Like the end came out in Lunenburg. Or was it Lunenburg? Lawrencetown, sorry. Lawrencetown. It came out in Lawrencetown, so I would not have been able to get a cab back if I had decided to stop at just one and not gone back. I wouldn't have been able to get a cab back. And by the time I was on the way back, the sun was high in the sky and it was like really bright and hot, so I didn't get to appreciate the sights. But by then, like the tide had kind of receded on the lake. So it wasn't as nice. So the photos I got on the way up were really fucking good. Good evening, CD call on call. Come on, guys. I swear. Okay. How can you walk that much? I don't know. I'll admit I live a pretty sedentary life lately, but I mean, like when I was a teenager, I would walk long distances all the time. But I mean, like, I only got back into hiking recently, and I surprised myself. I surprised myself with how I managed to push myself through there. I guess if I'm in a situation where I have to, I can push myself through pretty much any pain. And it was like, either I get it to the other end, or I just don't get to go home.
Of course.
CD call function. CD call waiting. When I end the stream, it'll be CD call dropped.
What is it?
Let us save our effort and just lie down and die.
Do you need something? To battle! Very well. Not a problem. Tell me. Whatever you need.
Cut you down to size.
Consider it done as you wish. Easily done.
Oh, fun fact about this game is that if an enemy is asleep or stunned or otherwise like paralyzed, they can't defend themselves, so all your attacks against them automatically succeed.
What was that?
Thinking of doing that again with McKay in company, or is that not her thing? I don't know. Maybe if she's interested in it.
Very well.
I do have good news. The next time McKay visits, which is going to be ideally before June. The next time McKay comes to visit, she's not leaving. That'll be it. Immigration will be done. Like, we're just waiting on like one last little piece of paperwork to come through, and then it's done. We're good. We're golden. Huge. Yep.
Not a problem.
A lot of people don't remember this, but I did actually do a fundraising stream to raise money for covering the immigration costs, which ended up being more than I'd initially expected.
As you wish.
But I think it raised like $3,000 Canadian. Yeah, I raised 3,000 Canadian, and yeah, most of it has been spent. And as of now, most of it has been spent on immigration costs, and the rest is going to go towards moving and sorting things out with McKay's landlord. Congratulations! I wish you both the best. Thank you so much.
What is it? Easily done. At once. Of course. Very well. Not a problem. Consider it done. As you wish. Easily done. At once. Of course. Very well. Not a problem. Consider it as you wish. Easily done. At once.
There can always be a second fundraising stream if needed. I have savings. Like, I have savings now. Like, since that stream, I have I've actually been saving money rather aggressively, so I shouldn't need it. It's sweet of you to offer. I mean, if you'd like to help, you can. I mean, there should be a donate link in the description if you want to donate money or send a super chat my way. I mean, I don't mind donations, but I'm probably not going to start an actual fundraising stream because I already did one. And like I said, we still have like 800 from it. Yeah, fuck that bear. Have you ever considered visiting any American national parks? I am not going. I will never set foot in the United States ever again. Like, once Michaela's here, it's not safe to go to the US, and I have no intention of going there at all.
Go pester someone else.
Do you need something?
I'll do what I can, but expect very little.
What is your bidding?
I care not.
Tell me. Whatever you need. Of course.
Yep, I've done had enough
Very
of
well.
this.
Yes.
Life, if you want.
What you want?
Hello?
Yes?
If I had the funds and ability, I wouldn't be here either, TBH. Well, yeah, I mean, it's not even that I dislike. It's not even that I dislike the country on a conceptual level. I mean, I do. It's just it's dangerous. It is too dangerous. Like I said, I'm a trans woman. Going to the United States is as dangerous as if I went to Iran or Israel or Uganda.
What is it? Not a problem.
Life is adventure or nothing.
It is hardly worth the effort of trying.
Fair, understandable. I'm trying to research if LDF. Money stuck in Florida. I can help him transfer to my university just to get out of that hellhole. Good, 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 good. Okay, new questions. It can be anything, by the way. You know, just about the channel, about no questions about my personal life. I'm kind of done sharing that stuff. And don't ask about this little creak in my throat. It's a nervous tick. What'll be the next video you're going to do? The next two videos are, I'm compiling the Dragon Age videos together into one big compilation, and it's gonna have, it has like 30 minutes of like new material, basically like the start to make up a new intro and conclusion. And then I'm covering the Moon Girl band trans episode. Did you watch any analog horrors when those were big? I did not.
Do you need something? Consider it done.
The other day, people asked about with Brandon. I mean, I reinvent myself like every 5 years or so. She's gone through like 4 puppets without doing so. Sort of a long time coming, if you ask me. Yep. Does McKay have a favorite kind of chocolate? Dark chocolate.
Oh, perhaps we'll survive long enough.
Cut you down to size.
Tell me. Whatever you need. As you wish.
My wounds are too grave. I am a dead man.
Between Dragon Age 2 and Veilguard, which one do you think is the better story, game and story, and which one do you prefer? Gameplay-wise, Veilguard. Story and character-wise, Dragon Age 2. Dragon Age 2 doesn't have a plot that centers around the Blight. It has a plot that centers around the political nightmare that Thetis is, and as a result, it'll always be better than the 3 games that bring the Blight back. I liked Veilguard's characters more than I did the characters in Inquisition and Origins, where I couldn't stand any of them. Doing anything special for Valentine's? Everything's always like, you have to, if you want to do things for Valentine's, you have to reserve things in advance. So me and Michaela actually just, instead of doing Valentine's, we just do 2 anniversaries. The anniversary of when we got together and our wedding anniversary. So May 8th is what we use for Valentine's instead.
Hello.
It's a show game you love that you've never talked about before. I've never talked about it before. A lot. Gravity Falls. Gravity Falls, Evangelion. I'm really fond of City Builders. I've talked at length about Elite Dangerous. RimWorld. That's all I can think of off the top of my head.
To battle!
Great peril yields great beauty.
Evangelion's still a shock to me.
Yes, at once.
I think I remember you liking Over the Garden Wall. Right, Over the Garden Wall. That was another one. Yeah, Over the Garden. Yeah, I fucking love that one. Some people asked me to do a video on Evangelion, and someone tried to pay me like $700 to do it because they thought it would be good reaction bait. But the truth is, like, I like Evangelion, but like, the whole thing is a deconstruction of a genre of anime I don't watch. So, from my perspective, it's just a good fucking show. And I don't get the, the deconstructive stuff flies over my head because I don't know the tropes. I don't know the tropes of that genre. And as a result, it's just for me, it's just a really good character drama. I mean, did you take the cash? Because damn, I'll be completely honest with you. It was this really fucking patronizing bullshit of like, oh, $100 when you agree, $100 when the script is complete, $100 like when the video is complete, $100 when it's like uploaded, and then the other 300 are like after I've reacted to it. And I'm just like, while I was looking at that, I was like, I could take the offer, get to the point, and just show him a random fucking like after like like 2 months or so, show him a random fucking show him like a random editing timeline that could be any video zoomed out to the point it can't be identified, and then just say, I've decided not to post it. Thanks for the $300. I was so tempted to do that. Honestly, I was so tempted.
My blade will cut you down to size.
Equal to someone really liking, and for being a decent show, never watching any other Magical Girl show, still good, but nuances fall all on deaf ears. Yeah, like I've never watched mech anime. It's never seemed interesting to me. So, like I said,
What is it?
if you have no knowledge of the thing something is deconstructing, a deconstruction is just good.
Neither. Rather, we just skip the small talk and get right to the killing.
I watched it like 3 or 4 years ago. Yeah, about 3 or 4 years ago. I think, oh yeah, that's right. Yahtzee once described it as like, I always kept hearing remarks about like the end of Evangelion so goddamn much. And I ended up hearing Yahtzee basically say it's like, and of course the ending is an example of when somebody loses both their mind and their animation budget. And I was like, okay, this sounds, that was what spurred me to watch it. And I was like, oh, that was good. I know for a fact I did not get like half of it because I don't have the background for it, but whatever. How'd you feel about? Don't ask me specific questions. It's been a while, so. Staying on its own is a good thing. It's in general is pretty respectable. Someone describing Evangelion as Pink Floyd's The Wall, but with giant robots. I don't think I'd go that far. It's like calling Utena Lynchian. Like, I think there's a lot more to like. There's a lot more to these things than just what you end up seeing in anime that's kind of inspired by them. I've always been of the opinion. I wouldn't say opinion. It's just in my experience. Whenever somebody describes an anime by relating it to like a really well-known work of art, it's always like Baby's First example. Like Utena is Baby's first David Lynch. Which is fine. I mean, I'm fine with I'm fine with Baby's first I'm fine with Baby's first film studies. Here it again, coming out in April, called South of Midnight. It's very intriguing plus very beautiful. I'll have to look it up later.
Do you need something?
Whatever.
What you want?
It's better to die on your feet than live.
Got to start somewhere, but you also have to move past the start. Yeah, that's really it. I find that people who only watch anime, they will highlight like the really good ones that come out like once every few years, and kind of don't realize that for people who don't only watch anime, we see stuff like that all the time. Like, I think like that's always been my issue with anime in general, is just the fact that like people always say, "Oh, you got to look through a lot of slop, but the good stuff is really good." Okay, but the rest of the entertainment industry. Keep trying to send you a super chat, but YouTube won't let me. Weird. Like, the rest of the entertainment industry does have really good stuff, and we don't have to sift through slop. We don't have to make compromises. There aren't certain persistent tropes that we just have to get past. And I feel like people who don't watch media outside of anime don't get that. Data Terrace is making a new show. Would you be interested? Oh yeah, I'm actually really interested in that. I saw the trailer and I was like, okay, another adventure fantasy that's got a little bit of horror vibes. And then I looked it up. Psychological thriller? Oh, never mind. I take that back. Fuck yes. This is my thrillers are my favorite fucking genre on the planet. This is so fucking good.
Yes, very well.
Glitch does a lot of that. Ooh, good. I need to check out more of their work. Now that's like something Dana would make while unfiltered. Possibly. Yeah, I've been under the impression that Ava was an example of, yeah, it's a deconstruction of anime, but years of wheezing on a okay, that's a lot that I don't think was needed to be said. Sorry, I typed a parasocial message and it was a typo. No, it's okay.
What is it?
I'll be honest, I didn't see it. Sorry.
It's better to die on your feet than live on your knees.
Do you need something?
A dollop of good, cool shit. 10 minutes of waffling fun. Okay. Anyway, what's your favorite or go-to thriller? My favorite thriller is John Q, which is also just my favorite movie. Period.
Tell me.
I don't want to talk.
I care not.
Yes? Luck be a lady.
We're all doomed.
Whatever you need. Consider it done. Yes?
Ah, come on, you fucking horrid, everybody.
Yes? What is it? Very well.
What's your favorite 2010s cartoon?
You have been waylaid by enemies and must defend yourself.
Yes? What is it? Very well. Not a problem.
I care not.
I don't think I have one. What's your favorite Pokemon spin? Like, I never really thought about my favorite 2010s cartoons specifically. All the cartoons I like tend to come from the 2000s and the 2020s. What's your favorite Pokemon spin-off game? Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team. I liked the story, and because it's like the Game Boy before, because it's pre-Nintendo DS, the story is good without being like a lot, without interpreting good as just a lot.
Whatever you need.
I love Explorers of the Sky. I do not like Explorers for that exact very reason. It is way too much fluff dialogue, way too much padding. And it's like, I like my dialogue to be concise. I saw bits of John Q as a teen. Honestly, seeing you talk about it in a video potentially in the future would be neat. I did talk about it in a video. It was Media Literacy Isn't Dead. And also... Oh, no, sorry. It was... This video is about Star Wars.
Neither. Rather, we just skip the small talk. I get right to the killing.
What is it?
Yep.
We're all doomed.
Do you need something?
Yes?
What you want? My blade will cut you down to size.
Tell me.
I really like Poke Park. It's cute and fun. I'll admit that there's not a lot to it. Have you ever thought of making a video where you list out your favorite movies? I have started and stopped that video so many times. I think just top 10 top 10 favorite movies is not really a subject I ever felt the desire to make a full video on. I always end up just falling off of it. It's just like, yeah, I'm not as into this as I thought I was. God, the one time I can't seem to get any fucking arrows in this game.
Good on you if you save the day.
Have a good stream, CD. Thank you. Have you ever thought about making a video where you list out your favorite move? Oh, I just read that. I'm sorry. That's very... You can't... Have any of you guys seen Clash of the Titans? I've heard of it. I never really watched it.
I'm sorry, I can't carry any more.
Oh, wait, no, I'm thinking of Clone High. Never mind. Robe of the Neutral Archmagi. Where do I get that? Dropped by Dradeel and the Ghost of Oldcaster, sold by High Hedge Estate. I need to get to High Hedge. Oh, the Dradeel is on the Isle of Beldurin. Okay, I'm not going there.
Life is adventure or nothing.
I'm not using your thief skill, so I guess it doesn't matter. From the late 2000s to early 2010s. Yeah, yeah, whatever. Did you ever hear the Set It Off song with Hatsune Miku in the remix? No, I've heard exactly 2 songs by Set It Off, and I only like one of them. Oh, one sec, I gotta get this off my microphone. It's obscuring my eyesight. I'll just hang you off the analog stick of one of my gamepads. There we go. You watch the Super Bowl? I do not. Have you ever played D&D? If so, are there any characters of that time you actually liked making? Yeah, actually. When I was a kid, I played Dungeons & Dragons with my brother and his friends. It's like 15-year-old brought the 10-year-old to D&D. It was 2nd edition. 3rd edition was out by then, but like they didn't have it, so it was just 2nd edition. I think that was actually the first time I made Ari. Funnily enough, my primary Baldur's Gate character, Ari, I used her in it. A couple of years ago, I tried playing 5th edition with some people from the server, but sorry, I don't know why that's so aggressive lately. Yeah, so I tried playing 5th edition with someone from the server, and Michaela and a few other people that they'd roped in, but those 2 other people were like, really just brought down the whole experience, and it's like, it's clear that you would all be having way more fun if I wasn't here, so I'm gonna go. One of them was a bard who literally opened, like, we opened the campaign with, we were standing there in front of, across, like, a path. We're standing in front of a cave. We can either choose to take the cave or choose to take a high road to get to our destination. And then this bard basically says, oh yeah, we're being chased by an angry mob from the village. I was like, why? It's like, oh yeah, because I pissed them off. First thing out of his mouth, and it's like, oh yeah, I've just decided that I'm gonna be the fucking problem in the group. And it's like, and the other was playing and the other one was also a bard, and he was playing his persona and kept barking. Like, he would like, whenever he had to say anything, he would bark and then tell us what it meant. And honestly, I prefer D&D when it's grounded, when everyone at the table is not trying to put on a big performance piece. It's like, we're not recording, you're not on Critical Role. Fucking hell. And they did, and it wasn't just this one thing. They didn't stop. The whole way through, they just kept going and going and going. Conversations would take 3 times as long as they needed to because these two could not stop memeing. Where is it? Where is it? There's one Tumblr post of, like, someone talking about playing D&D with their father and his friends. And he keeps banging on about how, like, oh, like, they're so into, like, the combat mechanics, and they're so into, like, the combat mechanics and strategy, and they don't realize you're supposed to be having fun. It's so weird, like, playing with people who have never had fun playing D&D. And then talked about how he had made this overly flamboyant furball necromancer named Pickles McBurgerson, who kept resurrecting all the villains and giving them therapy. So, like, and then the second one was like a bunch of old men all playing, like, human fighters and mages whose backstories include, like, dead daughters. And then Pickles McBurgerson, the furball necromancer with, like, nine big bad undead minions. And it was interesting. It was interesting watching this. I love that. No, hold on. Because this person got pilloried for, it's like, dude, they are having fun. Let them play the game however they fucking want. Why are you being a dick about it? And it's like, furthermore, these guys are playing cliched characters, sure, but you play a cliched character long enough, and soon enough, eventually, you'll get that one guy who just plays a human fighter and doesn't roleplay much, but then he'll, in character, drop, like, some line that fundamentally recontextualizes everything he's done up to that point, and it's like, fucking hell. And that one moment is more fun and more interesting than 10 million Barty McBardface characters, which is what this person had made. Like, this person had was basically making the most kooky character they possibly could, and as a result, we're so boring. And they got hammered for this. It's like, not only are you boring, not only are you the actual cliche in the room, but, like, not only are you the actual cliche in the room, but you're also just being a dick to other people for not playing the way you want them to play. You are an asshole. Yes, please keep saying it. bards if self-conscious irreverence was a player character class. Oh yeah, yeah. It's always people who really want to be funny. They want to be like the class clown, but they are neither funny nor likable.
Whatever you need. At once. Oops.
Dungeons and Dragons, more like kinks and memes. Yeah, unfortunately, like, a lot of the interesting combat, a lot of the interesting mechanics and a lot of the interesting things that, like, that would let you roleplay well have just been scrubbed out of the game. Like, I am strongly of the opinion paladins should go back to being lawful good only and human only. Because paladins are something that is distinct to human culture. And they weren't just like warlocks, but for gods, and they weren't supposed to be. Paladins were like an organization. A paladin was a member of a paladin order, an order of knights, who usually answered to like one of three gods. And then they just made them, like divine versions of warlocks, and they just stopped being interesting. I thought making kooky, weird characters interesting was the fun part of D&D. Yeah, but like most people who make kooky characters, they don't. They are a one-note meme their characters are a one-note meme. If you've have you ever heard somebody describe their character as snarky? Because I heard that it's like my character is snarky, and it's like, yeah, everyone's character is snarky. But you get a grounded character who's kind of a cliche, but then eventually it's like, that player's gonna fucking hit you with a curveball, and it's gonna be really fucking good. You can still make a bard, you can make a bard and still have it be grounded and multifaceted. Yeah, some classes tend to attract assholes by virtue of like what it is. I think paladins, rogues, and bards are like the worst offenders. Yeah, the snarky trend is still going on. Yeah, and a lot of them they just copy like they're just copying newer cliches. Like that's it. It's like, "Oh, you're a necromancer who gives all the villains therapy." Yeah, I've seen about 10 million of you the last week alone. I've gained a new appreciation for like simple motivations, you know, relatively straightforward motivations. It's like, "Hey, why are you in this group? I'm out for revenge." Fair enough. And that's the player saying, "I have chosen a very simple motivation that's easy to work something around, and I'll get a feel for the character as I'm playing," which I approve of. It's something I do. Like when I was doing this game with the two jackasses, I was playing a character whose whole shtick is that they're a mercenary. They were paid to be there. And as a result, because I'm not very chatty with people who I've just met, I could just kind of take a back seat to role playing and sort my character out as my comfort level increases. What are you playing? I'm playing Baldur's Gate. Oh, okay. Let's flirty character is terrified of being alone. I think most flirty characters are like that.
So I kicked him in the head till he was dead.
Very well.
I care not. This way.
The revenge motivation is frustrating because you might get lectured about how bad revenge is. You could just tell the person lecturing you to can it. That's when you break out the, "No offense, but I really don't care."
Whatever you need. Not a problem. Consider it done. As you wish.
I've been fiddling with a few concepts. Heavy topics, and it's just not something people are willing to run. Wouldn't be fair to me to expect them to run it. My D&D character was a Warforged druid who wanted to save the town who had saved him and taken him in after he defeated it. Warforged? Oh, a robot. So I have this off topic. Have you ever heard of the Tomb of Horrors? I have not. I'm sorry. I've been fiddling off with a few concepts, but they deal with heavy topics as... Oh, I just read that. I'm sorry. Reminds me of when I made a Druid of Spores concept. She called herself... There we go. Called herself Mush, and she had a goal of making like an engagement sort of gift for her girlfriend. Aw. I don't really see why you're in an adventuring party to do that.
Life is adventure
Yes.
or nothing.
Mercenary's my go-to. My go-to is always, I was paid to be here.
Easily done. At once. Of course.
I hate them flaming fist pansies.
It is hardly worth the effort of trying.
And together, friends together, it's to play something short and sweet like Rift Tracks. Yeah, in terms of tabletop games, I prefer Hero Quest. It's just got a lot less, junk cluttering it up. I'm basic, so I'm always attracted to the mage class. How is that basic?
What is it?
My blade will cut you down to size.
Oh, and my username is named after Gain Power because he was tired of people being treated. And God's playthings. My favorite was when he helped the ghosts of several children cross over. His body actively breaking down from the effort cause stuff. Okay. What other simple motivations for characters do you like? I think my favorite love still remains. Devotion still remains my favorite motivation. I identify as a support character. Apparently magic is a cliche or whatever. I mean, if any character is like a cliche and basic are not the same thing. If any character class is basic, it's actually the fight. It's actually the fighter.
Do you need something?
I've heard. I played in. I've actually had to elaborate on. I never had to elaborate on any of my characters' backstory, so I admittedly quite like to roleplay them with some flavor. If this character's adventuring is a way to unwind. Yeah, I feel like if you have to explain your character's backstory, you're not really doing it right. I mean, that's supposed to come out naturally if someone asks. In my entire experience playing D&D, I have never asked anyone's character their backstory. Because I'm going to be honest with you, I don't care. Even if their backstory is good, it's just like, I'm not interested. I don't want to listen to someone monologue about their own, I don't want to listen to a character verbally describe themselves. That's it. Assigned support character and I'm still behaving as such. My favorite motivation for both heroes and villains is devotion.
My blade will cut you down to size.
Our quest is vain.
Whatever you need.
Whatever.
Yes? What is it?
Yes?
Devotion in general or devotion to just another person? Usually another person. Like, my favorite villain motivation is, like, either based on love or simply, yes, master. And my favorite motivation for, like, Imoen is my favorite character of all time. My favorite character in any piece of media ever is Imoen. And Imoen's whole thing, like, Imoen's whole reason, Imoen doesn't have quests of her own because her whole reason for being in the party, she doesn't have unfinished business. She's there because you're there. And because she loves you. She's been your friend since you were little. You grew up together. So when Gorian's ward left, Imoen was just like, I know she's never coming back. I'm going with her. And snuck out a Candlekeep. Can devotion to oneself be a thing? I mean, it can, but it's not really what I'm talking about, so. Alternatively, devotion versus obsession. Oh, no. Devotion includes obsession. Oh, hang on.
What is your bidding?
Ah, shut up. My evil character here. Oh. My evil character here, Teely, like her whole thing is a sort of like fear crossed with obsession. So the thing I always had in mind for, like, how do you play Gorian's Ward evil without, like, completely disregarding the entire theme of the story? And I came up with this. After leaving Candlekeep and losing Gorian, and finding out that Imoen had snuck out to follow her, Gorian's Ward is left with only one realization. She has just lost absolutely everything. Imoen is all she has left. And so her resolve for, like, embracing Baal's influence and gaining power isn't for ambition, it's so nobody can ever hurt me or those I love ever again, which is Imoen. As a result, she chases power. She recruits people whose loyalties are to things that can't really change, like money. She tends to view people aside from MON as expendable because everything is just a tool to make sure nobody can hurt either of them ever again. And as Siege of Dragonspear and Baldur's Gate 2 go on, where like the plot of Siege of Dragonspear is basically Kalar Argent stabbed MON, go kill her for it. And then half the plot of Baldur's Gate 2 is MON has been whisked away to a magic insane asylum run by a group of fascist wizards. That is like a precursor to the Templars. And now you have to spend months raising 20,000 gold to raise it. So I've always considered like an evil ward to basically be simultaneously ruthless and callous, but also with this very maladaptive obsession toward her friend. Devotion to level of semi-stalking. Oh no, this isn't stalking. They're like they know each other. You know, they're friends and they grew up together. And so it leads to this delightfully dark irony is because Imoen, as you see here, is neutral good. Imoen doesn't like to be evil. And she doesn't like it when you're evil. She'll stick with you no matter what, but she does not like it when you're evil. She doesn't like hurting innocent people. She doesn't like she doesn't like Baal's essence at all. She doesn't like the way an evil ward is eager and perhaps even like hungry for battle. And she just doesn't like the way an evil ward behaves. It's like, come on, this isn't like you at all. I know you. You're better than this. So just think about the delightfully dark irony of like doing like not only going against everything that the person you love the most in this world, you're going against everything they believe and doing it in their name. I love this premise so much. Well, of course you love this premise. Of course you like, I didn't think of it. This has been done before. Rather famously at that. Realize that when you read that ending, it clicked to me that the way Baldur's Gate is written sounds very much like how you write your original fiction. Yeah, sort of. Like, there's a whole, like, that isn't original. It's shamefully ripped off. Maybe you want to play Baldur's Gate. You should. It's good. All she loves is at risk. To Grind's Ward, it's a world-ending threat because that's what MON is. PC or console? PC. It's not a console game. It's on mobile devices, but no, don't get it on mobile devices. What's it from? Oh, yeah. It's this guy. Like, that is literally just Darth Vader's entire story. And I figured, yeah, that works here. Is BG1 friendly to D&D newcomers? Describe, you're gonna have to describe friendly.
Very well.
Friendly to newcomers could mean a lot of things.
Do you need some? Not a problem.
We're all doomed.
Tell me. Whatever you need.
Our deliciously evil beloved. Yeah, but yeah, that's always the thing I always liked about Anakin's story. Like, people always get on this movie's case for the sake of like, oh, she's lost the will to live. That's so stupid. No, it's not stupid. She just watched a democracy crumble into fascism at the hands of someone who professed to love her, who did it in her name.
Yes? Forward!
My wounds are too great. I like whatever.
What is it?
D&D and Star Wars combination. I think that exists. I think there is a Star Wars tabletop game. Understand how to play BG1 despite never playing a D&D session before. I mean, possibly. I mean, that's just the basic mechanics of the game. You're going to have to look up a lot of stuff. Like, this is an old school PC game, and the manual is thicker than Chamber of Secrets. So, like, it's always expected that you will read the manual. That's how old PC games work. They operate under the expectation that you've read the manual, or you at least have it on your lap.
This is a dark place. Tread carefully.
It's crunchy, old school gaming, probably harder if you're very into later stuff, though. I believe Baldur's Gate is probably the best CRPG to ever be made, and probably like the best game based on Dungeons and Dragons. It doesn't sacrifice anything. Like, Planescape Torment is like all story. Icewind Dale is all gameplay, and this is the like perfect balance between story and gameplay. It's got a very good story, it's got a very good theme, and I think its gameplay is like really good and also very challenging. Are there any tabletop RPGs that aren't D&D that you enjoy? Hero Quest.
I care not. This way.
I like GURPS and Ars Magica. Neat. All right, new question.
Do you need something? Easily done.
Yep. I've done had enough of this.
Tell me.
What do you think about the criticism that the Republic was just as corrupt as the Empire? It's true. I mean, like, the Republic is the Empire.
Into the fray!
I mean, like, the Senate was only the Imperial Senate was only abolished at the start of the movie. I mean, that line in Revenge of the Sith wasn't for nothing. So this is how liberty dies. With thunderous applause. Yeah, the Republic was the Republic was just a corrupt, a bloated, corrupt, failing organization.
Whatever you need, of course.
What do you think about the Dooku stuff that came out recently? Have you seen it? No, I have not. I'll be honest, I don't care. I don't care about Disney's latest attempt to like shoehorn beloved legacy characters into like a new story and recontextualize everything they do. I'm tired of it. Do something else. Stop, like, get away from the fucking get away from the originals and the prequels. Do something else. Like, what's your answer to Knights of the Old Republic?
Yes?
Aye, who's there now? More smithing? Or
What
did
is
you
it?
burrow into another river?
Oh my god, will you two stop getting stuck on each other? I don't know what it is. Sometimes a character could just, like, glitch into a place, into another character, and then that's it. They can't move. Did the stream just shrink for anyone else? Refresh your page.
Not a problem.
What you want? I'm gone.
Like, come on, try basic troubleshooting at least first, please. Anyway, new question.
Tell me, consider it done. Whatever you need.
The oil bestowed a frost kiss upon our enemy. What is your command?
My
Better
wounds
die
are
of
red.
hate than live
I am
on
a
your
dead man. Life is if you want.
Yes? What is it? Do you need something? As you wish.
I care not this way. My blade will cut you down to size.
Good night, Yellow. Night, Sarma. Thanks for joining me.
oil bestowed a frost kiss upon our enemies.
Whatever you need. Easily done. I'm sorry, I can't carry any more.
Amy, you hold the bounty stuff. So many enemy archers to steal from. If Gardevoir didn't exist, what would be your favorite Pokemon? Butterfree. Before, but how do you like to roll your D&D stats, Lily? One sec. I gotta finish this fight, and then I can tell you that.
Yes? What is it? At once.
There we go. I gotta take off all of her armor. Let's... Oh. What's still restricting... Oh. Dexterity is still reduced. Why? Okay, well, she's supposed to have 19 dexterity. Anyway, Ari has 20 dex, 20 strength, 19 dex, 19 con, 16 int, 16 wisdom, and 20 charisma. Those are Those are the stats I usually get. I jumbled 3d6 plus 2 or reroll 1s and 2s or reroll is what I meant. Oh, no, it's no, I've never done dice roll stats. When I played with my brother, we were just able to just roll whatever we wanted. We were just able to like make our stats as long as it wasn't ridiculous.
Yes?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
What is it? Do you need something?
You know what? Screw it. Okay, I'm going to stop playing this because it's getting hard to focus, I think. How long have I been streaming? Just 2.5 hours? Okay. It's getting hard to focus on the questions, and the chats are moving faster, so it's hard to... I gotta move them. Yeah, let's just focus on the questions now. Okay. I'm so sorry about the sound you keep hearing. There's nothing I can do about that. I was always just a 3.5 player. Yeah, I never played 3rd edition, and honestly, I just prefer 2nd edition, and I've kind of always preferred 2nd edition. Are there any series that you have associated with someone? For example, watching The Owl House with Michaela as a way to spend quality time? No. Me and Michaela can do quality time in a lot of different ways, and no one series is really it. There's never really like we watch a lot of shows. We watch Spy Family together. We watch new shows together. We watch old shows together. We introduce each other to things. It's all very fun. Any topics you wanted to cover but don't know how to tackle? I have had multiple scripts on pop psychology in the works for years. But I've never known where to go with it. I've never known where to take it. And I'm always left with the realization is that because you're telling people that pop psychology is bunk and that the internet does not respond well when you tell them to stop vilifying mental illness just to bully the people they don't like, which is just always like that's why pop psychology is such a problem, because people take clinical sounding words and warp them so that they can be used as cudgels against people they don't like. I'm gonna go back to making some food and deal with stuff, so I'll dip for now. If you're still streaming later, I might come back, but for now, have a nice stream, CD. I'll probably be here for a while. Did you change your channel name like today? Yesterday, actually. Oh yeah, I never really got into like the whole like I mentioned the whole thing of like Gorian's Ward went against everything Imoen believed in and did it in her name. And the end result is that after Throne of Ball, Imoen kind of just wants nothing to do with her. But for Gorian's Ward, that's fine. Imoen's safe, Imoen's alive, that's all that matters to her. And then this iteration of Gorian's Ward goes on and lives in isolation at like the top of a mountain. It's kind of a bittersweet and sad ending, but like I kind of figured that you can't have a story about somebody about someone whose main fundamental conflict is an unhealthy obsession and then have that end in a happy way. Unless they get over the obsession, which Teely never does. A lot of hearts over that. Yeah, I like it. It's I think it's a good ending. It's one that doesn't have Teely die, because at the end of the day, her goals were noble. She's just going about it in the most unhealthy and honestly, like, disrespectful way possible. So, like, things have to end badly for her, but at the same time, she doesn't care. CD, that's brilliant, but also, ow. I know, right? I know. I like the animation on your mini U. Yeah, oh yeah, thanks. A lot of people said they wanted corner CD to move. So I made her move. She's just bopping her head back and forth. Fundamentally, why 4 and 5 years the way they are, 3.5 had like 20 years of DLC adding to it. No, it did not. Uh, 3.5 was around for all of 5 years. It was just 5 years. It did not like 2003 to 2008. Corner CD looking at the wholesome sibs. Aw. 5 years, but it has so much shit. Yeah, because WotC's a fucking content mill. Guys, come on. Like, let's see. There was Dungeons and Dragons first edition lasted like 15 years. Third edition lasted only 8. And WotC bought it in like 1997. So it was like 15 years for first edition. Another... let's see. Another 11 years for second edition, and then they just don't last that long. Is the backstory to your new channel name? I asked us. A backstory? Is there a backstory to your new channel name? Nope. I picked it. It just came to me. It's like, I need a new brand for the channel, and I need a new name. What should it be? And I thought about it for like a good 20 minutes, and then CD call came to me, and I was like, yeah, that works. Replying to the people talking on Twitch, having started the 5e. Oh, yeah, both Twitch and YouTube are merged together, by the way, in terms of the chat you see on screen. That all only came out in 5 years, and now 5e has been practically begging for content, and as such bare minimum crap, people are always angry about it. They put out the bare minimum crap because putting out anything more would be expensive, and they want to keep all the profits for themselves. Had a revision in 1995 before 3rd edition dropped the advanced branding. Well, actually, yeah, I don't consider revisions to be separate things. I consider them part of the same one. So Dungeons & Dragons and Advanced Dungeons & Dragons 1st edition are the same. Be corn CD. First person to make the CD call CD fan art gets something. I don't know, bragging rights? I don't really have anywhere to submit fan art anymore. I've since stopped. I've stopped checking the submission email entirely, and just don't bother. And of course, I don't have Tumblr to submit fan art to, and even when I did, nobody did. I haven't actually seen new fan art in a very long time, funnily enough. It died off quite a while ago. As fan artists, we'll just have to add her on Blue Sky. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Happened. You told us last month, I think, about why. Oh, yeah, and we're not getting into it again. Maybe add a channel to the Discord for fan art specifically. Post nonsense, you know who to ban. I guess. I mean, there is a channel for art, but... $19.95 before third. Oh, I just read that. Like 5 different editions from D&D and OD&D in 1974 to AD&D, and 3 different basic sets running simultaneously. Yeah, I consider that all the same thing. Let's... I guess I could add a channel. But, you know, I feel like if people were inclined to draw fan art, they'd be doing it. I posted a redraw of Corner CD in the art channel when I first joined a few months back. Any more questions? I mean, I'm basically, I'm just gonna keep going until the chat dies, honestly. Or I get tired. Do you have any series you feel has a lot of untapped potential besides nostalgia milking, that is? I can't really think of one off the top of my head, because these days I've been kind of, I'm kind of vehemently against franchises as time goes on, because I feel like stories need to be allowed to end and fandoms need to be told to accept an ending and move on. Because to compare Rise of Skywalker to X-Men 3 and X-Men United, a movie so terrible it halted all attempts to move the story forward. Yeah, I kind of wish they would just let the fucking Skywalkers go. Do something else. That's my main thing about Star Wars. Like, I'm fine with Star Wars still sticking around, but do something else. Death is a natural... I don't disagree that fandoms, I mean, nowadays are for long dead things, so they tend to be pretty chill. Death is a natural part of life, and everything has its time, and everything dies. No, see, I've always liked this phrase, and this is admittedly a rather dumb phrase from Yahtzee Croshaw. A good story is like a good bowel movement. It's only really satisfying once it's ended. Does one have to keep paying to maintain access, or is it a one-time thing? Yes. Basically, you have access. The vast majority of channels require you to have a patron role to access them, which a bot for Patreon maintains on you based on whether or not your pledge is still there. You don't get kicked if your pledge lapses or you cancel it, but you will lose the ability to see most channels. The only channel that is available, the only channels available to people who don't have a pledge are the movie night channels and the server announcements. Oh yeah, my Discord has a movie night every Friday. The movie is voted on the week before. And anyone, regardless of pledge status, is allowed to come in. Of course, you have to pledge at least once to get in. Second, oh god, I keep reading the same comment multiple goddamn times. Biggest criticism of longer-lasting works and fandoms like Transformers is so much of it expects you to have done your homework on some level. Yeah, like that's the problem with any story that goes on too long. Eventually, I usually miss your streams.
Usually miss your stream. Was nice. Good night.
Okay. I guess that's how I learned that the alert box is doubled up as well. My biggest for long-term works, and thanks for joining in Decibel. Yeah, any series that goes on too long is going to require you to do homework. And the thing is, a lot of fandoms, they like that because it's a way to gatekeep. If anyone complains about the work, they can just throw lore in their face. For so long, they've become part of the cultural subconscious. Yeah, some things are just too big to really go away forever. But like I said, with the Star Wars thing, just stop doing Skywalker shit. Stop doing more stuff about Ahsoka, or the Clone Wars, or Ahsoka, or Dooku, or Boba Fett, or Ahsoka, or Obi-Wan and Anakin, or Ahsoka, or Order 66, or Ahsoka. Just move to a different timeline and stay there for a while. How do you script with that big black and green box? Doesn't that strain your eyes a bit? No? I hate that sentence, but I can't find a flaw in the logic. Yeah, Yahtzee has always had a way with words. New characters actually give them a chance to become the new Ahsoka. Yeah. Yeah, like, it's funny people who just like vehemently hated a lot of the new some of the new characters, and it's like, so a lot of beloved Star Wars characters were hated for a very long time. Just let them just give it time. Eventually, somebody will give the nostalgia baby the nostalgia crybaby some yarn to play with. Like, apparently when she was introduced, people hated her, but they let Dave cook with her, and now look at her. Yeah, the only problem with Ahsoka now is, like, Filoni literally won't let her go. She won't let her story end. There's always more shit to do with her, reiterating the same garbage, and it's like, okay, be over, please. Worst thing anything can do is become more like One Piece. The best thing for a series that has to keep going for whatever reason is to finish up and then start again. Oh, yeah. Like, people keep saying, it's like, oh, you should give One Piece a try. And I'm like, no, fuck no. I am not watching a fucking 20 seasons of a show where its plot is still not over. Like, for God's sakes, how padded are you? Is Ahsoka Tano suffering from overexposure? It's not really overexposure. Overexposure is when a character is used so much you get sick of them. But Ahsoka's main problem is that, like, her story just keeps going and going and going and going. Things Ahsoka dealt with in one work get brought up again in another work because it's like, well, we didn't do it in live action yet. I don't know why they decided to do live action Ahsoka. I thought it was really dumb. But it's like, yeah, at some point it's just shit or get off the pot. Yeah, shit or get off the pot. Let her story end. A character's story is supposed to end. I remember starting the first few episodes of One Piece thinking it was the big treasure was just one arc of the show, and I get a resolution to it without watching all 1K episodes. How naive I was. Oh, God. Like, here's the thing. One Piece has been going on for so long, it is officially a soap opera. And the whole thing about a soap opera is that they are supposed to go in perpetuity. Is that they'll bring in characters you never heard before, which I find more intriguing than the known characters, and then they throw them away. Yeah. Anyway, enough about Star Wars. Move on. New question. A lot of my mates that want to get into one just went straight to the Netflix live action because it was easier to catch up on. Yep. Like how the creator himself said, oh yeah, the last 20 years are filler you can pick up whenever. And the fan base refuses to accept that they wasted 20 years obsessing over it. Well, let me think about it. Like, for the creator, they're never going to end it. They're never going to end it. It's just a money sink. If they were going to end the story, they'd have done it a long time ago. And it's just a money sink. It's just spinning the story around, collecting the paycheck. That's all he's doing. He's just collecting a damn paycheck. He goes to work, he makes more One Piece, he goes home. Why do you think Mass Effect Andromeda failed? Did it fail? How did Mass Effect Andromeda sell? Andromeda sell. Net sales for Mass Effect Andromeda were over 1.09 billion. Yeah, that did not fail. Wait, hang on. What does it say? Oh, that's the Q4 investor report. I'm sorry. I don't know how well that game sold. You asking financially or critically? Well, why it failed critically is kind of different depending on a lot of people. I mean, there's a lot of things. I mean, for one, EA mandated the Frostbite engine, just a bad idea. For two, despite going all the way to another galaxy, they largely just rehashed the same plot as Mass Effect 1. For three, it got caught up in all of that Gamergate bullshit because they had a female character with a buzzed haircut. Apparently it's considered a flop because they only sold 3 to 3.5 million. Hang on a second, let me check. That's 180 million in profit. How fucking expensive was that game to make? EA sets their expectations too high. Yeah, that's what they do. Well, that's the thing. That's always been what they do. They set their expectations really high. No game meets it, despite being really fucking profitable. A game doesn't meet its sales figures, despite being massively profitable. And then, as a result, line go down for the shareholders, and so now they got to cut costs, and so they just lay off a bunch of people. And it's like, EA, fuck off. Just stop doing it. Shareholders get cranky when you don't meet it, when you don't meet the expectations you promised them. Remember when Dead Space 3 had to sell 5 million copies to save the franchise, and then, of course, it didn't? How many times do we have to teach you this lesson? They won't learn. They just pass the costs off to someone else. And of course, you got people laughing because, of course, like a lot of people on the internet just don't really have standards. So if something we all know is bad happens to someone they don't like, they giggle about it. It's only a bad thing when it happens to people you like, of course. The J.K. Rowling School of Morality. Game sales not meeting expectations, glares at Square Enix. Yeah. They don't want some money, they want all the money. Yeah, in capitalism, there can't just be infinite money, there has to be infinite growth. It doesn't matter if you're in the green every single year. It doesn't matter if you're profitable every single year. If you aren't more profitable than you were the year before, the shareholders kick and stamp their feet. And in America especially, shareholders are allowed to sue if you don't do that. Corporations are legally required to do everything possible up to and including exploiting labor or shareholder in order to turn over more profit and increase profit margins, or shareholders get to sue. Playing the stock market is supposed to be gambling. And there are legal protections in place so that rich bastards don't have to risk anything. And that is at the core of why everything is so awful, of why everything is so terrible. Shareholders have too many rights. Why everything is now literally gray. Oh yeah, cost cutting, just cutting costs everywhere possible. Now they're just shrinking the sphere. This used to be a square. Yep. Cutting corners like it's crunch time at the Circle Factory. Imagine if your gambling has to be profitable or you can sue. Yeah. Nobody who isn't rich would ever get that. Firing staff, making worse content, and has been charging more. And then they have the gall to force their staff to make an update video with basically saying, y'all have been playing this free game for free too long and got too much out of it. Oh, God. Yeah, they always make the staff do that, and so the staff ends up being the target of the ire. So it's the staff who gets doxxed and not the executive. Everything's airbrushed to the bone, and people want to write everything so fucking brittle. How the hell did it get that way in America? I would have thought companies would have lobbied to make things easier for themselves so they don't have to grow constantly. Well, that's the thing. It isn't companies that lobby. It's like the executives and the CEOs who are often shareholders themselves. Shareholders are the kind of people who have the kind of money that lets them just fucking do whatever they want and lobby for anything. There's also only a small few mega corporations who are parent companies of like everything else. It's just a lot of shit, and it got like that in America because just consumer protections get weakened, labor protections get weakened, everything gets weakened. Like Labor Day is supposed to be a blue collar holiday, but the only people who have it off are people on white collar jobs. A lot of that where you look at it as a circle. BlackRock and Vanguard are 25% controlling shares in each other. And just the two off the top of my head. Yeah, I always actually thought it was weird. Like, I only heard of the name BlackRock as a result of like this one YouTube. Okay, this was a weird rabbit hole I ended up going down. It wasn't a deep one, but a weird one. A YouTube video popped up in my recommendations that was basically just like, here's why Netflix, here's why Netflix is in a spiral right now. And it's like, okay. And it talked about Netflix for a little bit, and then it shifted to talking about BlackRock as an investment, as a company that is apparently like, is getting control of like all of the getting control of the media and like forcing unwanted diversity into things. And I just thought, hold the phone. First of all, you're talking about diversity as if it's a bad thing. That's already a red flag. But like, there's no way one company could be at the charge of. And then I stopped. I had a little moment and I thought, and I opened a new tab and I just Googled, is the CEO of BlackRock Jewish? He is. And the video, and that's when I realized this YouTuber's a Nazi. I called it. Have a good night, everyone. Yeah. I was like, this is a little odd. I mean, there's a lot of investment companies. Why single out this one? But wait a minute. Motherfucker tried to sneak Nazi shit underneath anti-capitalist language. The two largest 401k things. Chances are, if you work in America, your company has a 401k plan. Chances are the money is in one of those two companies. Somebody tried to follow me on Somebody tried to follow me on I just blanked for a second. Somebody tried to follow me on Twitter, and it's like I recognize them. It's like they used to be an old regular in the server, and it's like, oh hey, I haven't seen this person in a while. I wonder what they're doing. So I clicked on their username. I scroll through, and they're reblogging Stone Toss comics, and I'm just like, oh, you're a fascist. Okay. And it's like, oh, well, that's a shame. I guess I have to block you now. Riot Games had the nerve to bitch that Arcane wasn't profitable for them because, spoiler alert, everyone knows the game is crap and wouldn't touch it no matter how much they tried to appeal to Oh yeah, like, I remember when Arcane first came out, there were articles of like, okay, yeah, Arcane is good, but don't think you should play League of Legends because of it. God, you know, I guess that explains why it had such a massive fucking budget. Like, apparently, like it had this huge fucking budget and, like, so much money poured into the animation. I'm just like, this is for Netflix? And I was like, no, oh no, you were expecting it to turn into, like, increased attention and money from League of Legends. You know, Arcane not being profitable for Riot Games is the happiest ending. I'm trying to make it align with Arcane instead of making more Arcane based on what's already there. I don't think they're going to. I mean, it wasn't profitable. Are they going to really keep wasting money on it? Yes. Oh, they're going through with that. We're going to have a Noxus show, another area of Rune. Oh, goodness. Okay, then. Well, good luck with that, Riot. I hope League of Legends being shit. I hope League of Legends being shit and, I hope League of Legends being shit and Arcane turning out to just be, like, centrist drivel. I hope that works out for you. I hope those things don't hamper you too badly. If it has good writing, I don't really care how we get there. It doesn't, though. It doesn't. Noxus is too large and has completely different possible themes than Piltover and Zon, so, you know, fuck me for loving the lore. Look, I'm not saying that you're a bad person if you know what League of Legends are. I'm just saying you're somebody who has way too much time. And not enough to do. Do you have a favorite Final Fantasy? Yeah, Kingdom Hearts. Are you ever going to talk about Arcane on your channel? No, because I didn't watch Arcane. I heard everything I know about Arcane. I heard it specifically from Michaela, and every single thing I expected just by virtue of like hearing the plot. It's like, oh yeah, the plot's about class warfare. It's gonna be centrist. Oh, we've got like a lesbian ship in Kate and Vi. It's gonna go badly. And I was right on both accounts. Everything, like, based on what she told me, all of my predictions came true. Like, I saw trailers for it. I thought that looks like it's going to be terrible, and I was right. Feel sad the podcast was canceled. Yeah, unfortunately, Okairo's audio just ended up being nothing. It was mute. Make it in order to make it complex. Yeah, this whole morally gray, both sides are, both sides have good and bad elements. When we're talking about literal class warfare, oppression, and genocide, like, motherfucker, one of the main characters fucking set gas on people. They fucking gassed civilians. Like, hey, how much Nazi shit do you want do you want one of your main characters to do? I don't know, less than this. You like the Spider-Verse films? I like the first one. I actually had to walk out of the second one because all the weird shit they do with like animation styles and frame rates, it made me sick. It made like I had to leave. I had to get out and throw up, and I was like, I can't go back in there. So to this day, I have not seen the end of Across the Spider-Verse. Also, the way they handled mental illness was, oh yeah. Wait, who specifically are we talking about? Are we talking about like Jinx, or are we talking about Vi? I pointed at the screen, just said lesbians, and they laughed. A few hours later, they bust down my door yelling, holy shit, you were right. And that's the first one. Seeing all the good pieces of writing, creative works pouring into making Runeterra vibrant, and, in my opinion, excellent take on high magic fantasy world. Riot's management entirely disinterested in lore, siphoning away money for any such projects because they're not immediately profitable. And now that people love Arcane, they're going to rewrite the entire lore to fit the show rather than just keeping the show separate. Fuck you, fuck you. See, your first mistake was expecting anything from League of Legends of all things. Like, the big red flag for me that Arcane wasn't going to be good is the fact that it was a fucking League of Legends show. It's like, oh yeah, this is gonna suck. When they handled... Oh, I just read that. Heard from Arcane from OSP. The story is about the dark side of the unbreakable bonds of love. Decent cuffs. Oh, God. You can't set me up like that. Come on, that's mean. Decent concept, but I already saw She-Ra, and that one had a good ending. Didn't? Oh, God. Oh, God. I only watched the first, Jinx, probably. I only hear about Vi's mental illness from you. McKay never really went into much depth on Jinx's mental illness, so I don't really know a whole lot about what it did. It goes in more in depth on her character and her motivations. Is there so much good lore and writing surrounding all the chances to see in Arcane, but that's the thing. It's easy to write good lore. Good lore is easy. It's like having a good idea for a story. It's really fucking easy. Actually doing it is a different thing entirely. It's so much easier to write a wiki article than it is to write an actual book. Stories on the universe page featuring them. Are they like full books, or are they full books, or are they short stories? Lore is stuff. Lore is just stuff. Like, that's the thing. That's always been the problem with lore. When you write lore, you aren't writing a theme. And stories are good because of their characters and their themes. And just filling out the entire history of the world is doing neither of those things. Lore is procrastination. I've said this before. Lore is procrastination. Fully featured books, they're at most short stories. There you go. Lore will never flat out tell you, no, you can't do that. Themes will. At least if you want to do them well. People don't like being told no. Yeah. It's like with Dragon Age. Dragon Age features a world that in some places has had used to have elf slavery, and then you have Tevinter where elf slavery is still a thing. And it's like, is this an anti-slavery story? No. Oh, never mind then. It's like it's not. Then I'm gonna go. Lore is a cherry on top. Nice to have, but not needed, and it doesn't really add much. It's what's underneath the cherry that matters. Honestly, I wouldn't even call lore the cherry on top. I think lore is so completely unnecessary to a good story, and I think the reason a lot of writers get so into it is because it's easy. Themes are hard, and lore is easy, and it's an easy way to procrastinate and tell yourself you're being productive, but it's not true. You can write anything to any question, with lore, you can write anything to any question any reader can have. Usually being visually interesting as a smokescreen for questionable writing. Yep. It's just so easy for people to focus on. Rag, you don't have to keep bringing up Steven Universe. I'd rather you not do that. Lore is like garnish to a meal. Not part of the meal, just there to make it look good. Okay, we've reiterated the same point. We've reiterated the same point a few too many times. Let's move on. I like League's world more than I do any specific characters. I like the setups and potential, but never will be realized. Well, like, that's the thing. That's the thing about potential. Potential exists in this like Schrodinger's. It's Schrodinger's story. It exists in this state of bad and non-bad. And like I said, setups are a dime a dozen. They are a dime a dozen, and it is so easy to make them. Any idiot can make a setup and a potential. And I feel like if you like the world more than you do any specific characters, then that's a big red flag that this is a bad work. A lot of people fancy themselves writers, but their skill sets and what they like to write means they're better suited to tabletop GMs and DMs. Yeah, I've noticed a lot of hobbyist writers who seem to be completely unaware of the idea that settings other than fantasy worlds exist. Like, I I've been chipping away at a book idea, and it's contemporary. Lore works best when the writers only focus on the bits the characters actually care about. Yep. Like I said, lore is a strictly like for me, lore is strictly when it's necessary. If the characters don't go to the faraway kingdom of across the ocean Abad, then the reader doesn't need to know that across the ocean Abad exists. Is the criticism from the tabletop face of just write a book. Oh yeah, a lot of DMs are like that too. It's like, I've crafted this masterful story with like plot twists and a big bad and like emotional high moments, and it's like, okay, but what if the players just fuck around? Are you gonna be upset about that? What if they break your story? Write a book. They turned in a lot of bad tabletops are written by these people who had a decent concept but not enough to make a full book. So they turned it into a system and sold you a microfiction. Yep. Yeah, like I said, it reminds me of like, you've all probably know at least one person who has so many OCs and is absolutely eager to tell you all about them and give you all their lore and like their whole backstory and like everything about them, and it's like they end up with like 30 or 40 of the fuckers, or even just 10 or 20, but they don't have any story to put them in. I feel that's how hero shooters get made. That's actually why I refuse to GM. I mean, like, if I've always said that if I were to be a GM, I would generally do short, self-contained campaigns where there's a central theme to it that is reinforced in both story and gameplay. Or I just stick everyone in a dungeon where every door has to be opened by solving a riddle. I feel like if someone likes a character in spite of not being well written and the story way too world focused, that's the best insult, and they should take the L. The writer is not the person who likes them. That's Hunter Valhouse word for word. We know a lot about him, but there's nothing for him to do. Yep. He's just this kid Bellos abuses, so you know he's evil. In case you're the kind of person for whom he is literally trying to kill an entire race of people because they aren't like him. Doesn't do it for you. I'm having the same problem. I really don't know how to fix it. When I'm writing the character, it's fine. When I sit down to try to actually write something, my mind goes blank. Well, what are you trying to write? Let's focus on this for a sec. Rag, what are you trying to write? Three session one shots. Oh yeah, 3 session one shots. who is from a D&D type world, but because of the shenanigans found herself in the Pokemon world. Okay. I've always had this belief in that if you sit down to try to write a story multiple times and your mind is just blank, that generally means the kind of story you're writing is not the story you want to write. And I've noticed this a lot, is that all the people who struggle so much with actually getting a story out, they're always the ones who exclusively write fantasy of some kind. I realized a long time ago I do not like writing fantasy because I struggle so much with it, and I very much overwhelmingly prefer to write in contemporary settings. And if I do write fantasy, I write a story, I write it as if it were a contemporary setting. That's why I like Avatar. That's why when I experimented with Avatar Neva, it's fundamentally about these two girls and their relationship. Very little action, a lot of character. The daughter of a necromancer. Man, remember when necromancy was taboo? Now people have now there's all kinds of characters who are just like, hi, I'm a fun, quirky, and shy and socially socially anxious girly girl. It's like, oh, really? What do you do for a living? Oh, I desecrate the dead. I raise your grandma's skeleton to be my fucking slave. Nervous Wreck and her cheerleader sister is a winning combo. Oh yeah. I always write my characters in pairs. That's the thing. I tend to write stories that are usually about two people that are in a pair of some kind. And as a result, like, the stories I write tend to embody different they tend to be written in accordance to the theme. Exploit the Pokemon world, but I don't have the skill to actually flesh it out. I mean, honestly, it kind of sounds like this premise is just dead in the water and you should do something else. Like, that's my recommendation, but I mean, bear in mind, I am somebody who hears, like, fantasy worlds. I am someone who hears about people's fantasy stories and their fantasy OCs and immediately checks out, so take that advice with a grain of salt. Gotta go now. See you, Moose. People mistake good choreography for good stories. Ooh, that's good. I ran a campaign in which everyone was from the Underdark, and the humans came down to take over the Underdark. The party had to go to the other kingdom in the Underdark to fight the humans. Simple. I like it. Yeah, if I ran a D&D campaign, I'd just be making a saw trap. It's been kicking around in my head for like 3 or 4 years now, and it's just refused to leave. Well, I mean, you could do what Yahtzee did when it came to Starstruck Vagabond. Do something else. He did something else, and I think he did like the whole 12 games in 12 months thing. And then he came back and knew what he wanted to do with Starstruck Vagabond. Writing characters in twos blows the doors wide open for any scenario I want to put them in. Yeah, recently I've been on a sibling kick, which is actually what my book, what the book I'm trying to write is about. Bonnie is the jigsaw puppet with... No, I wouldn't use Bonnie for this. Not everything has to be about... Not everything has to involve Bonnie. Magical, stunted, and professional tech clinger. I mean, cool. I don't really do magic, though. I feel like you either have to have magic or tech. You can't really have both. Like Iris and Kira, the two on the left. Kira, the blonde one, is isn't it is a has a bachelor's degree in computer science. She does like computer repair. She does IT. Like that's what she does. She does IT. And Iris, the one with the brown hair, she has a PhD in clinical psychology. She's a child psychologist. I like Magitech. Yeah, everyone likes Magitech, but nobody's ever really done Magitech in a way that isn't just, oh, here's a car, but it runs on fucking purple shit. Here we go. Talented couple, wow. Oh no, they're not a couple, they're sisters. Kira has a wife who has Kira does have a wife who has a PhD in, oh fuck, what was it? PhD in physics, I think. My first experience with Magitech was like Tales of Fantasia, where they show off like the Magitech cannon, and it's just like, so it's a laser cannon. My internet died for a sec. What's the topic? The soulless corpse that is the fantasy genre. I like when we get to see how Iris is a complete boss at her job. Oh, yeah. Find something in Warhammer 40k where one faction powers their tanks with literal demons. Oh my god. Honestly, I hear that shit and my eyes just glaze over. Star Wars is mostly tech, but does have the Force that they try to explain as hard sci-fi that nobody liked. It's an energy field. That's what it is. It's energy, and it interfaces with people's blood. That's it. The only reason people didn't like it is because they were being just, like, cranky little bitches about it. Like, I'm not surprised that people didn't like midichlorians when they were introduced in the Star Wars movie that gets overhated to an extreme degree. But, like, Star Wars is a space opera. It's a soap opera in space. That's what it is. It's not like science fantasy. It's a space opera. Like Star Wars, like the setting for Star Wars exists in this weird place where faster than light travel has existed for like hundreds of thousands of years. Tech, and actually, I know a lot of people really like the concept in Onward where magic was replaced with modern day tech. Oh yeah, I think Little Witch Academia did something like that too. I'm generally just kind of against the idea of trying to make magic and modern technology coexist in the same setting, like do one or the other. What it reeks to me is like, you're a fantasy writer who wants to write science fiction, but you don't know science fiction. Because, like, science fiction is all themes. Science fiction is a soapbox. Science fiction is a genre made of a soapbox. If you're not getting on your soapbox, you aren't doing it right. Concept about the world. Sailing concept that the world was magic, but tech, I don't care. Like, I'm sorry, Rag, but I don't care anymore. I want to, what's with the channel name change? I wanted to do it. I kind of want to move on from fantasy settings, because like I said, fantasy settings are really dull because nobody really does anything interesting with them. It's always just little tweaks, little changes. Oh, our elves are different, or oh, our dwarves are different, or we have different magic, or like our magic system is like really fleshed out, despite that that's a bad idea. Nobody really turns the genre on its head and does anything interesting with it. It's all a lot of people just like circling the drain in the same way over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. That's why I like Runeterra. It's actually just, no, it isn't. It isn't. It's just, it's little changes taken from other places. I mean, really change it on its head. Do something completely different. Like, the fantasy genre is experiencing the same thing that's kind of holding back the Zelda franchise, because a lot of the stuff is considered so important to it. Never could into it other than the Game of Thrones series. Then it sounds like you just don't like fantasy in general, which I vibe with. Reminds me of Restaurant Row from that MLP episode. Same shit with the filter change just for the prestige. Yep, that's exactly what it is. And I think at some point, like, the fantasy genre has kind of turned into this situation where it's all about, like, it's all about the world. It's all about the world and what you do with the world and everything. And so many of these stories have no theme, and there's no meat to it because it's not what the author cared about. I remember my ex was explaining her premise, like her premise for a book called what was it called? Dark Magic? Yeah, it was called Dark Magic. And everything she ever said about anything she ever I really tried to engage with her on it, but everything she ever told me about it was like utterly averse to doing anything cool or anything interesting. Like, what was the premise? You had dark elves basically sealed away in a bubble in a dying section of the forest. And of course, the humans outside the forest really don't like them. They're like terrified of them. They absolutely despise them. And the reason they despise them is because their queen is a violent, conquest-hungry tyrant. And it's like, okay, you're doing a racism thing where the racists are right? What? She explained that part to me, and I heard that, and what I said to her was, oh, like Pocahontas. She didn't like that. She did not like that. Very easy cheat code to make a fantasy interesting. Add a sapphic cute romance. Simple as. I don't really agree. People trying to write fantasy nowadays, first thing I think of is, okay, what are you trying to say with the story? They get stumped. I remember you talked about before ages ago, you tried suggesting story details to help make it work and she rejected, right? Yep. Isn't that the backstory for the Nightborn? The Nightborn weren't evil. Fantasy is not really a genre, it's a setting. Kind of hard to flip it on its head and still be the same setting. Well, that's the thing. It is a genre. Like, fantasy is both a setting and a genre, and the genre is always adventure. I think a lot of people say that they don't like, I think a lot of people make these meatless fantasy worlds because they've kind of absorbed the idea that, like, Lord of the Rings is not about anything, except it is. I mean, like, how does Tolkien tell you how does Tolkien show you an evil place? No trees grow there, and there's factories. Now, am I saying that Tolkien is made an anti-industrialist book? No. What I am saying is Tolkien hates factories. And so when tasked with making a place that is, the very place itself is evil, he's like, I got it, factory. The ironic thing is that people take the fact that Tolkien doesn't really do allegory. Like, nothing is really a direct one-to-one representation of anything. And he doesn't do metaphor. Like, it's not like the whole thing of, like, trees and factories in Lord of the Rings. It's not like a metaphor for industrialism. It's just trees are nice and factories destroy them. When you write any story, you bring your mind with you. But people have interpreted Tolkien saying, I despise allegory in all its forms, to say that you shouldn't read into a theme into the story. But in reality, Tolkien was a big champion of applicability. So it wasn't don't read anything into my work. It was read everything into my work. Anything you want. If you come up with with something this represents and it sounds good, then you are reading stories properly. Tolkien's whole thing was a go and God bless with regards to, like, reading too much into stories. Like, you remember that old fly the eagles to Mordor shtick? You know, why didn't they just fly the eagles to Mordor? People have those discussions all the goddamn time, and, like, fans keep trying to find an explanation for it. But I always think back to this one quote from Alfred Hitchcock when asked why characters in horror movies don't just simply go to the police. You know, why don't they just simply call the police? And Hitchcock looked that man in the eye and said, they don't go to the police because it's boring. Yeah, why didn't they just fly the eagle to Mordor? That would be boring. If I were like a professional creator to that degree, that would be my response to any fan question. It's like, why did they just do this? That'd be boring. Well, we thought of having them do that, but we realized that'd be really fucking boring and it's really stupid. Are you okay with being a role model for me? No, thank you. It's sweet that you'd ask, though. That's very polite. I appreciate that. I want to see more stories. The question is, why don't they just go to therapy? I think, like, that's the thing. Those questions, those obsessions with plot holes has now resulted in films that, and it's just resulted in stories in general that are just try really hard to avoid having those questions asked. Who cares why the cutlery dances in a musical in a Disney film? Nobody. You had to access the command prompt of the universe and wanted to use genocide? Well, that's uncreative. Only just noticed that the head on your character moves. Oh, yeah. This is... One of the consequences of the wiki brain is an inability to hear a character tell something about the world and realize they might just be wrong or lie or be biased. Oh yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly fucking it. I had a perfect example for this. What was it? Fucking hell, what was it? Fucking hell. People kept bringing up, like, this one retcon where, like, oh, but this, was it Avatar? Yeah, it was Avatar. It had something to do with Roku. Right, I think it had to do with Rava. Right. If Rava is the Avatar spirit, why the hell didn't Roku tell Aang about that and instead called it as the Avatar spirit and defined it as a defense mechanism by the combination of all the Avatar's past lives? Because that's how Roku understood it. Roku didn't know about Rava. I always just kind of assumed Roku didn't know. It's kind of implied that, like, Korra's like the first Avatar to actually learn about Rava. Oh, I had something about this with regards to Neva, funnily enough. Right, yeah. So when Neva is elderly, like when Neva's like getting up there in years, she starts writing books. And in one of them, she posits this theory that every Avatar has like one relationship that kind of defines their life in such a way that it directly influences how they approach being the Avatar. Now, the ones she brings up are Yang Chen and Jetsoon, Aang and Gyatso, and what was the other one? Roku and Sozin. Right. And one of the reasons this wouldn't work is this wouldn't work with an audience because it would be taken as like direct lore, and it would be seen as contradicting a lot of things. And some people would generally go with, and some people would just ask, well, wait a minute, wouldn't that just be the Avatar's spouse? I mean, like you could probably argue that Aang was more influenced by Katara than Gyatso. But the thing is, this is Neva we're talking about. So Neva's relating her experiences with Lavi to the previous Avatars. And Neva has a very, very dismissive view of romance. Like, so it makes sense that she leans toward that when trying to pinpoint the relationships that define an Avatar, she leans toward the relationships that are the closest to a sibling relationship, because that's what she values above anything else. Neva is Neva watched her sister get into relationships that failed time and time and time again, and as a result, she just kind of absorbed the belief that like romance is overrated, having a spouse is overrated, because she watched her sister try time and time again, fail, and then eventually just give up. And it would be taken as like a lore retcon, when in reality, it's just one girl's opinion. In this house, we stand our arrow lesbian big sister. I always thought that's an interesting thing. Like, Neva's love map is just different. Like, Neva's the kind of person where if you posited the idea that platonic relationships are just as valuable as romantic relationships, Neva would say, "No, they're not. Are you fucking high?" You're allowed to have future characters if you're wrong about past events. I don't think Neva's actually wrong about this. Like, that's the thing. She's not wrong. It's just she has a very different view on relationships and love than most people. Neva never had I actually, people ask me what Neva's orientation was, and I said it's undefined. Neva has no idea. She never checked. She never bothered with romance. Is she gay? Is she straight? Is she bi, ace, arrow? We don't know. She never checked and probably never will. And she hasn't even given the subject a passing thought. It doesn't come up. No, it's not even that it doesn't come up. She has never once thought about it at all. Ruby and the Aura debate. You ever watch Ruby? Yes, yes, I have. Orientation. I don't know. It's only natural that a character might not be interested in thinking about the same sort of stuff the audience might. Yep, that's true. And I generally have this belief that if the character doesn't know what their orientation is, it would be a bad idea for me to just... It would be a bad idea for me to try and word of God one into existence. Neva's orientation would probably matter if Neva was going to have a love interest, but she just doesn't. She doesn't have one, and she doesn't want one. She's too asocial for that, honestly. Like, Neva's, early on, Neva's, like, very skittish and cowardly and just afraid of a lot of things. She tends to cower behind her sister. But after that, after her character development, when she's, like, actually confident and able to be the Avatar and able to lead the group of two, when it comes to the idea of, like, romance or even just having other friends, it's just like, no, I'll pass. Not important, it's not needed, why even bother? It's her life. Yep. Like, Neva's response to that question is like, I'm all set. I'm good. There are more characters out there who never display a single thought about romance, and they're doing fine without a love interest. Remember the aura is the soul line that one character said, and then every analyst hung onto for deal AdSense? Yeah, I vaguely remember it. Oh yeah, it was something Weiss said in, like, I want to say the second or third episode? I think somebody brought up the subject of sex to Neva, and Neva was just like, whatever. And it's just like, wait, what do you mean? It's like, I don't know. I've never done it. I've never been interested in doing it. Oh, you don't know what you're missing. You're right. I don't. It's something stupid, isn't it? Yeah, probably contradicting information came out, making Weiss wrong. That's what I'm just going to assume. They're trying to tell a story. If it's not included, that means it doesn't matter to my mother yesterday. Where can I read your comics and stories? They used to be on Tumblr, but then my Tumblr got terminated, so I'm waiting to hear back. Isn't it super late for you, CD? Or are you just a sleep schedule gremlin? My sleep schedule waxes and wanes, so I've always been something of a night owl. You don't have a P.O. box, right? I can't imagine you would, considering I do not. WordPress is still standing. You forgot about that. Yeah, I didn't really... I wasn't really feeling WordPress, TBH. I don't like it. I don't like its UI. I don't like the way it's all set up. Actually, I fucking hate WordPress. So I kind of just stopped posting stuff there. What's the name of the software you use that looks like you're writing in hacker text? Akelpad. Yeah, same when I got a night job became even more of a problem because I work from midnight to 8 a.m. I can't be awake all day too. Oh God, I know that feeling. When I got my first job, it was a back shift job, and God, my mother just didn't get it. And it was like making noise in the goddamn morning, asking me to help her with shit like while I'm supposed to be asleep. And it's like, Mom, you worked back shift for years. Why are you like this? No, it's Akelpad. Akelpad. When you're naturally awake, rag, everyone's trying to sleep, and it's like, oh, so you're familiar with the concept. Like, honestly, I didn't do anything other than, like, fuck around on my laptop when that was the case. And I kept to that schedule even during the weekend. Like, I kept to that back shift schedule even during the weekend. But my father got mad at me, and it's like, you can't sleep all day. What the fuck are you talking about? That's my circadian rhythm now. Oh, you can't sleep all day. It's the weekend. You're not working, so just be up. Fuck you! I can't fuck with my sleep schedule in that way. I already have insomnia as it is. What a dim man that he was. Is YouTube blocking my comments? No. I can see your comments. This is what our capitalist society has demanded of this is what our capitalist society has demanded of me. Blame them. Yeah, blame capitalism. It's not my fault. Get down from a 24-hour shift and suddenly have to help everyone and cannot possibly just go to bed. See, like, no, that's the thing. You need to, it won't let me post the one about the Aura debate. Sorry. I don't know. I'm not seeing it, so I can't help you. Yeah. I think at that point you need to just basically say, no, I can't help you. I need to get my sleep. Sure, they'll whine and moan and complain, but it's basically like, fuck you, I need my sleep. Big I hate YouTube energy right now. We all hate YouTube. Name one person, especially someone who works on YouTube, who likes YouTube. And no, Mr. Beast doesn't count. The most subscribed YouTuber always likes YouTube. Need to stay up and help me. Lol, no, sleep. PDP, our beloved. She's have a religious outlook on battle and would have just been expressing her belief system. Ah, okay. Oh, right, it was her. I thought it was Weiss. Didn't she die? Or am I thinking of someone else? Yeah, Pierre died end of season 3. Okay, makes sense. You keep getting articles about a DMC movie. Hey, trying to get back to sleep. I want to pop in and say I couldn't be prouder to be your wife. Aw, thanks, McKay. You are so cute. Also, with the heart thing on YouTube, it looks like it's straight into your eyes. Oh, look, Corner CD's head bopped. I don't know if you noticed. You're probably on your phone. I noticed it looks adorable. Thank you. I'm torn because I want to be hopeful that it's good, but I already have a gut feeling it won't be. Yeah, it probably won't be. It's gonna be airbrushed to the point that all of its rough edges are gone. And I don't mean like rough edges in terms of the story. I mean rough edges in terms of whoever's making it. Wait, what's getting airbrushed? Where's Sorry about that. Yeah, the new model looks cute. Thank you. You still the guitar string music? No, that got content ID'd. Your favorite video game main character, side character, and villain? Sora, Imoen, and a tie between Irenicus and Xehanort. Normalized characters, especially young characters being wrong about the world's lore and shit. Yep. That would just be a very, very good idea. Yeah, it's a fun way to fuck with fandom culture. Yeah, yeah, that'd be a fun idea. It's like, but in season 1, this character said this, and it's like, what? You're gonna trust a 16-year-old to give you a lesson on metaphysics? Normalized characters in general being wrong about shit. Yep. Normalize characters being wrong. Let characters be wrong. One second, I gotta find something. What's the thought behind the name CD call? There wasn't one. A lot more bearable. We could just accept the master was lied to and he's wrong. Certainly a lot less whining. Were I in that position, I would have just say something like, it's like back in season 1, the literal teenager explained to us the objective 100% truth of how the metaphysics of the world. Do you guys even hear yourself when you talk? I just quote that part and just go, you guys even hear yourself when you talk? No, they don't, or they certainly don't reread their scripts. Yep. My asthma theory makes sense. If you're around sickness, you'll get sick. Thus, bad air. Easy explanation. Oh, you changed your name. Why is that? I wanted to. I wanted to do it. I like when people are wrong in media. It gives them a chance to learn, develop, and be better. Or you get some good reactions out of them being annoyed that they're wrong. Oh, yep. Would be perfect. If we lived in a perfect world, alas, we do not. We don't get to have a perfect world because we're bad. What we have done has made God very unhappy. That's my Twitch trying to make a channel specifically for fan art of me. Is that something anyone would like me to do or make use of? And I got 4 people checking 100, 6 people checking yes, and 3 people checking Immy smile. Do you still go by? I do not. You can call me CD. We live in a world where CD is hated. What went wrong somewhere? We went wrong somewhere along the way. World isn't ready for a character that is both wrong about one thing and lying about another. Yep. Who are you? The Christian God's worst enemy. Do you have the slightest idea how little that narrows it down? Oh, beautiful. Me and my extensive CD collection vastly appreciates your new name. Thank you. Tell your CD collection I said thank you. If you do Glass of Water style videos again, will you be changing the title of them? They're going to be like Glass of Water style, but it is going to be a similar format. I am going to have a standard intro and outro for these things now. I actually did find a music track for that. Taking the Animal Crossing vibes. Yeah, the credits are just going to have me, like, kind of sitting down and, like, leaning back and just kind of bopping my head to the music. I still miss the old Gimme Money and Glass of Water instrumentals. That's going to be cute. Thank you. I am going for a bouncier, friendlier vibe this time around. After covering the band episode of Moon Girl, will you cover the rest of the show or not? Depends if I have something I want to talk about. I'm certainly gonna try watching it again, but I mean, like, I try watching a lot of things. I still haven't finished Princess Tutu, because, you know, I'm just always fucking busy with shit. What exactly is your old name now? Is it a second dead name? Yes, that's exactly what it is. Is CD supposed to be a stand-in for something, or is it literally just CD? It's just CD. Like, you guys asked me this, like, you guys have asked me this like 12 times throughout the stream, and it's the same answer every time. It's just CD. If it stood for something, I'd have told you. CD is your actual name or only for your channel name? No, it's just for the channel. It's like I go by a different name IRL, and you are never going to be told what it is. Something people still claim you're too harsh or negative or something while half your videos. Well, yeah, and never underestimate the power of trans girl bad. I found out about your new name when someone dead named you on a post about your new name. It's a hilarious level of crude irony. It's not irony, they do it on purpose. CD is just an alias now, like I'm only ellipsis mark online. Yep, pretty much. Basically, like, this is because I don't, like, if I try and get a new job elsewhere, I don't want my employer Googling me and finding all this crap on it. So I changed my name, changed my name a while ago, and just kept Lily Orchard as a channel name for a while, and then I just decided to get rid of that as well. Yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you. I certainly think so. I think CD is a nice name. It reminds me of some of that. I think names I have some friends growing up. Employers Googling their employees is a whole other level in the realm of no privacy allowed. Yep. And that's why and that's why we all need to go back to never using our real names online. It was internet safety rule number 1 until social media companies realized they could sell our data. That's why I keep Marani and never use an IRL name. Yep, pretty much. Keeping alias is just a good. Sorry about that for a sec, but have you played Fallout 1 and 2? Yes, I have. Data's the new currency. It's more valuable than most currencies. Yep. Do you have any new pronouns? No, that was it. No, still she, her. Okay, sorry about that. Is sort of part of the way the internet works. We're all hermit crabs and aliases are the shells. Because I'm picky, I've said so many usernames over the years that I can introduce myself with. I go by many new names like a bounty hunter chewing on a toothpick. Hold on, Lady Havoc, where before I figured out I didn't want to be a guy. Weirdly, I also kept changing them before. Oh. Frankly, a tad cringe, not the fun way. The stupid teenager and child with too much on the internet kind of interacts this way. I mean, look. Here's the thing. There's no like cringe isn't real. Cringe isn't fucking real. Like the only real cringe is being obsessed with whether or not something is cringe. In a way, cringe is cringe. Don't be embarrassed to be human. Changed my username so many times. I should probably get out of bed at some point. I really dislike it when a show expects you to have outside information to understand what's going on. Think of how much sense the Owl House last 3 episodes would make if you only watched the show. I mean, it made sense to me. It just wasn't very good. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. Sound like you're making frog noises. It just does that, okay? It just does that. There's nothing I can do. I tried to get it off the mic. It just doesn't work. I have this like creaking in my throat. It's a tick, and I can't fucking. I've never been able to control it. I've had it since I was like fucking 12. Good God. The conspiracy theorists are trying to figure out what my new real name is. And of course, they're going to like absolutely extreme lengths. Luckily they're just, luckily they're taking the bait. Well, yeah, I say bait, but I mean, they're taking a dummy. How far will they go? What crimes will they commit? Place your bets now. Courtney fed them some names, so blind leading the blind and deaf. Oh yeah, she fed them the name Casey. So, fun fact: when I was first started changing my name, when I first decided to change my name, I called up my mother and I asked, "It's like, hey, if I had been born a girl, what would you have called me?" Because figured it was worth it. The last time I changed my name, I wasn't talking to any of my extended family. Of course, my mother, unbeknownst to me, my mother had actually made a pact with her sisters because, like, my mother had a younger sister named Courtney, who tragically died in a roadside accident when she was 4. So my mother and her sisters all had a pact that whoever had a girl first would have been named Courtney. So if I had been born a girl, I would have been named Courtney. I was like, oh well, that's very unhelpful. And then because my mother and her aunts always referred to my aunt Courtney as Casey. So I suggested Casey as a joke. And she was like, no, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. I was like, oh, don't worry. Oh, no, worry. I wasn't, don't worry. I was just kidding. And so, 1 second. And so when I needed I made a second Patreon account so that I could keep the URL Valkyr Studios, but the actual user needed a name, so I stuck Casey. So I just stuck Casey in there, and it's like, oh, they're gonna find that, and they are gonna like lose their goddamn minds. But hey, it's just conspiratorial enough. They'll stop trying to find my actual name. And like, it suits their narrative, so they're gonna run with it. So it's a bit of the blind leading the blind and deaf right there. False trails and misdirections. And like, the best part is it suits their narrative so much they're never going to let it go. So they'll never look for my actual. They're going to think I'm lying to you. They're going to think I'm lying to cover my tracks right now. CD case. Yeah. Yeah. That's, oh god, that is funny. You'd actually doxed yourself the Patreon link redirecting to the Casey account, but it was like intentional all along. Yep. Like I said, it's so beneficial to their narrative, they will never let it go. We know your real name is CD. CD's nuts. If they find this clip, you think they'll believe you? Oh, they're probably recording this right now. And like, that's the thing. They're going to paint this as me misdirecting. Like I'm misdirecting about misdirecting. And I'm like trying to cover my tracks because I supposedly got caught. But like, because like I said, they will believe anything that suits their narrative. I could lie. I could straight up lie on stream. And I could straight up lie on stream and say I have mind controlled a child at this very moment. And they'd buy it. They would buy it hook, line, and sinker because it suits them. So that's exactly what they're going to do. Like me claiming that it's a misdirection, they're going to claim that that's a lie to cover their tracks, and that me talking about this right now is some kind of weird reverse psychology shit. And they're going to stick with it because it suits their narrative so damn well. And their entire reason and their entire point of like their entire thought process is if it makes me look bad, it's true. If it doesn't make me look bad, it's false. You sit in a penthouse twirling your mustache, drinking wine from a bowler hat. Yeah. The stalkers could get trapped by a finger trap or a really good smelling pie under a box propped up on a stick. Any attack on them is an attack on them themselves. Easier to hate the version of you in their head than to reflect on the fact that they're extremely sad and pathetic individuals. Yeah, this is why I really like the song Louisville Shuffle, because it suits them to a T. Rest in peace to the me that you had in your, rest in peace to the me that you had in your, rest in peace to you had in your, rest in peace to the me that you had in your head. One of them is like trying to draw a comparison when it comes to like. Oh no, the CD is scratched. Sorry. That staticky noise was my headphones. Oh yeah, I know, that's me. I'm sorry. I have this noise in my throat. I've had it since I was 12. It happens with the fandom brain where people will incorporate their media taste into their personality, and any attack on the media is then attack on themselves. You need to stalk somebody who disagrees to prove your point. Maybe it's not a good point. No, sweetie, your mic. Oh, my mic is buzzing. Hold on a second. All right, are we good? I'm glad I didn't have my headphones on for that. Yeah, sorry. That happens sometimes. I don't know why. All right, we're good. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call myself Casey. That would be extremely disrespectful. My mother would get very upset if I did that. And these days, you know, like ever since I told my mother about what Courtney had done to me when we were teenagers and how she got away with it, and the fact that like and whatnot, she has since apologized to me for a lot of things, and we have a much better relationship now. It's great. You can say you scratched yourself like when you scratch a CD. Sorry. Nice. Glad not everyone in your family is a shitheel. Oh no, I'm actually on good terms with most of them now. Like, I think the only ones I'm not on good terms with are like my father and my sister. Me and my father are cordial, and I have. If Courtney ever comes near me, I'm just. Well, I guess I shouldn't finish that sentence on stream, should I? But suffice to say, I do not want Courtney anywhere near me. And I wish that creepy, incestuous pervert would just fucking leave me alone already. Even her family can't stand by her. She thinks she's somehow in the right. Yeah, for my mother, like, learning that it was actually Courtney who had been abusing me for, like, a year, and then just being very strange. We'll say strange, because I don't want to go too into that in public. Just being very strange for, like, 3 years after that, it's just... way too much made sense. Way too much about like how I was when all of this was going down made too much sense. A lot of Courtney's behavior suddenly made a lot more sense. Too many things, it made too many things click, and she had to realize, oh fuck, she's telling me the truth. My father took, I guess you could call it a diplomatic approach. My father's response was, Courtney's made accusations about you, and you've made accusations about her. I don't want to dismiss anyone, and so I have to just, that's where I have to leave it. Time. It's the same garbage from neo-Nazi forums. About watching on YouTube's, I get recommended hate videos on you for some reason. Clear your watch history. That should hopefully not happen anymore. I usually just go through my notice to find new stuff from folks I like. Yeah, you can actually reset your recommendations completely. If you go to YouTube's homepage and you click, there's a thing on the left-hand tab. If you click History, it should bring you to like this window. And you'll see a thing right here that says clear all watch history. And like your watch history is what the recommendation uses. Like if I hit clear all watch history, we'll do it right now. Then I go back here and I refresh. There we go. There's nothing. YouTube has no data to use to recommend me anything. I'm not worried about that email being seen. I'm not worried about that email being seen. The fat imp already showed it off. Clearing the watch history should be something people do periodically anyway. You end up sent in recommendation circles otherwise. Unless you're exclusively searching for videos every single time, eventually you won't get new recommendations. Yeah, I tend to use the search function more often than not. This is already in the pretense that you have some fine-tuned subscriptions to get you started, though. Assuming you do, it's not a half bad idea. Yeah, I don't have a lot of channels I'm subscribed to. Only a few. I really like your media takes. I like to watch your old Glass of Water videos still, even though I've never watched My Little Pony or the shows you review. Aw, thanks. I appreciate that. Need to clear up my subs too. Yep, I think everybody should. It used to be that people would sub to any channel where they watched one video they liked. Nowadays, people tend to only watch one video on a channel at a time. And they often they won't check out the channel. They'll recommend the video, go, oh yeah, I'll watch that. And then when it's over, it's done. No, I can't watch this whole stream. Stupid school. Sorry. Sorry. Anyway, again, enough about the stalkers. I'm done giving them my I'm done giving them my time and energy. Turn on the Glass of Water playlist and lie down in bed. Been doing that every single night. It's been pretty nice, honestly. Where's oh right, corner CD. Sorry. That's not right. Forgettable Pyromaniac. It's actually CD right now. I don't go by Lily. I don't go by Lily anymore. It's all Berman Hills. Never out of my mind, I can feel it still. share a weird habit and like 100 people go, you. The more I hear. Oh, where'd it go? The more about the weird habits of normal people, the people I learn, the more I question how weird I am. Yeah, you're probably not as weird as you think you are, honestly. No, nobody's as weird as they think they are. Same account I used to watch videos when I was 7. My subfeed is a mess and frankly unwieldy to try and clear out now. Hi, CD. Hi, CD. Hi, C Wispy. Or Quispy. Sorry. Bye. See ya, Super JRPG. I like that the chat you display shows my name is yellow. It's my fave color. Good to see. Good to hear. I feel pretty bad. All this is all public when you never wanted it to be. Yeah. Like, seriously, if I didn't have to, I'd have taken what Courtney did to me to the grave. Violin, don't you dare. It's like, just. Yeah, I never would have told anyone that, but I had to. And luckily, you know, it was just, you know, luckily the people who needed to hear it heard it. And they listened. Like, a lot of people who are also victims of, a lot of other victims of incest have kind of seen that, like, oh, Lily's fictional work is, like, clearly processing a lot of trauma. And her desire to never be in the same room with Courtney, again, is like, it's like, her desire to never be in the same room with, her desire to never be in the room with, same room with, again, with Courtney is like, very, you know, that's how abuse victims behave. Whereas the fact that Courtney has been constantly trying to get in touch with me. Courtney trying constantly to get in touch with me, constantly saying she's want to talk things out, trying to contact me before doing all of this. Like, a couple of streams ago, we actually put the timeline together and just realized how everything fucking worked. Courtney's behavior is very much that of an abuser. Is where I was going with all that. Courtney is an abuser, trying to hound her victim, trying to get her claws back in her victim. Your take on Princess Luna and Do Princess Dream of Magic Sheep help me look at it from a different perspective. On another note, I'm on antidepressants now. It's so good to hear. Oh God, I'm so glad to hear that. I'm so glad to hear people, you know, expecting and getting better for themselves. You speaking about your abuse helped me a lot about mine. I'm glad. I mean, honestly, it makes talking about it worth it. I never wanted to come out with what Courtney had done to me, but like the fact that it resonated with people, the fact that it like gave people a lot of perspective, the fact that talking about the kind of unpacking and analyzing of my own trauma that I had done and like kind of sharing my findings, for lack of a better word, has actually been helping a lot of people. It's also pretty obvious, too, because your reaction to them is, oh, fucking running the other way, while they're pretty much doing the internet version of chasing you down, and it's rancid. Fucking Pepe Le Pew behavior. Back when favored the Tumblr, back when you had your Tumblr, your favorite thing to hear was Anons telling wholesome sibling stories. That was cute. Oh, yeah, I love that shit. It's like, hey, I had a shit childhood. Let me live vicariously through you. Is it okay if I make a character based on you? If you're gonna do that, I'd rather you not tell me you are. I feel like her being a sad, lonely stalker is the better option. I hate to imagine if you answered her when she initially messaged you and she was able to get her claws back into you. I imagine it would have been harder for her to get her claws back into me because, you know, I'm not isolated. And she can't threaten me. But also, I would never, ever, 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 ever be in the same, like, if I had to be in the same room with Courtney, I would never be there without witnesses and recording the whole thing. Abusers have issues when their victims are surrounded by a supportive network of friends and loved ones. Yeah. People don't like, abusers don't like it when their victims live well. That's the thing. They don't like it when their victims live well. And like, we've been unpacking a lot of stuff recently, and I actually realized when Courtney ran away, I still had her fucking, it's like, when Courtney ran away, everybody searched her room. Now, she had a diary that she had destroyed to basically, like, cut a hole in it to hide things in it. So, like, it could have been anything. Like, it could have been anything. We didn't know what she was hiding in there. But she got a new diary and she was writing in it a lot. And Mom and Dad never found it, but I did. You know, like, I went in there, like, looking for clues as to, like, where she'd run off to, because, you know, that's what they wanted. Mom and Dad had the police involved with that. I found her diary, I flipped through it, and I was like, I can't let them see this, because they will take it the worst possible way. And I actually still have it. It's in a box in my closet, and I think I might burn it. Actually, it was shoved. I shoved it into a box of my things, like underneath a bunch of cables. And then when I moved out, like, my parents sent that box over to me, and I just never went through it. It's been sitting in the closet for like 10 fucking years. The diary's still in there. I went through it the other day. I found it. The diary is still, like, Courtney's old diary is still in there. And it's, good Lord, like, Courtney's, I think it's safe to say that during that time, Courtney had a full-blown delusional obsession centered around me. And I didn't know the depths of it until I'd actually looked through that diary, and it was like, oh, God, I cannot let them see this. So I just found out the other day that I still have the fucking thing. If you burn that, have holy water nearby just in case. Oh, that diary? Yep. It's, where'd I put it? One sec. Oh, yeah, here it is. Oh, this thing is fucking horrible. Holding this thing in my hand, like, holding this thing in my hands feels like I'm holding an object of pure evil. Why not keep it as evidence? Well, I mean, I can't charge Courtney for what she did as a 13-year-old. And a 16-year-old. And a 17-year-old. I guess I could probably have her charged for that, but I don't think it'd be worth it. Like, nobody can find her. Get it cleansed. Maybe you can equip it for +3 defense. But yeah, like, I can't really, I mean, like, I can't have her charged for any of this stuff, so. Girl, you toast that shit. Yep. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna toast that shit. I can't let a fire in the apartment, so I'm gonna have to toast it another time. You know, my one of the neighbors my parents have, my mother hangs out with one of her neighbors, and she has she has an outdoor fire pit in her yard. I could probably just join them and then just ask, can I throw this in here? It's a cursed item. Probably couldn't charge her for it, but if it went on record somewhere, I guess I could give it to the police. The police did contact me about the threats Courtney made, and once someone manages to find her, there are going to be charges pressed, but... The smoke turns black when you do. That's a good thing. Would it make you feel any better, giving it to the police? No, honestly, like, it wouldn't. Outside of establishing a timeline or whatever. Wait, see, the thing about this thing is that, like, the shit Courtney wrote in here, the shit Courtney wrote in here, it is horrible. And it also clearly demonstrates me as, like, well, I'm an abuse victim, and I behave like an abuse victim who is completely isolated from any and all other people. And that's a me I don't like being reminded of, and it's a me I don't want anyone else to know. Like, I say I was under a trauma bond a lot, and a lot of people have a hard time grasping what a trauma bond is, and the simplest version, the simplest way to explain what a trauma bond is, although it is somewhat reductive, is it's Stockholm Syndrome. Your videos and Tumblr posts have helped me in my decision to start transitioning and how I analyze media, watch or play. Thank you for your content. I hope this rebrand works out. On a scale of oh god no to this person is fucked up, there's no saving throw, how fucked up is the thought process within the book? I'm not sure how to quantify it, honestly, because, like, I haven't read anything from this book in, like, fucking, when did she run away? 2011? Yeah, 2011. I haven't read anything from this book since 2011. I know I know what it says, but I'm not familiar with like the sheer I can't quite recall exactly how she phrases everything. I just know that it was insane. Like, this painted the picture of somebody who, like, her fixation on me was a full-blown delusional obsession. I imagine it's a solid. If anyone other than CD opens it, they go out like the Nazis and Raiders of the Lost Ark opening the Covenant. Why the change of name? I wanted to. There's a lot about what happened during that time where I don't want to. I don't like to discuss it in public. It's a lot of very, very, very vulnerable things, and a lot of stuff that, while I have kind of processed a lot of it in therapy, there's just an equal amount that I haven't. And it's just, it's too much. It's too vulnerable while I'm in the midst of a dedicated harassment campaign from my abuser. Because Courtney will take anything I say and twist it. The book represents old wounds that CD has healed from. Yeah, and the thing about healing from something is, well, you get scars. Better to free yourself of that torment than to keep any remnants of it off on the off chance it be used as evidence, as if you need more. Yeah, like here's the thing: I could post the entire contents of this diary, and you know what the stalkers will say? You wrote that yourself. That's what they'll say. Because, like, the only use I get from posting it is like trying to convince people that I was actually abused. And the people who most need to read this fucking thing won't buy it. Is CD short for something? No, it's not. Best not to pick at them. So for CD's hot takes in your inbox or a Patreon inbox, CD's nuts. It's funny, the stalkers like genuinely thought they had genuinely thought they found something by making a CD's nuts joke. But it's like, me and the others are making that joke a while, and we're like, I was making that joke like months ago. It's like, CD call would be a good idea. And then I just went, CD's nuts. And I was like, okay, yeah, we're going with it. Leaving from Kentucky, weather through the weekend. My suspicion that I won't see you again. They also wouldn't read it anyway. I think with you saying the police are looking for Courtney, does that diary really need to exist anymore? Yeah, no, it doesn't. And like what Courtney would get charged with, since you looked at now, so Discord, my first thought went to that, since you like to troll us so much. Thank you. Yeah, like what she's going to be charged with is making threats. Her threats and her harassment of me is like reached the level of criminal, and people are looking for her now. Love the idea you rebranded your business based off a testicle joke, Lamau. Every single theory about what CD call means is true. I should do a thing if somebody asks what does CD mean is, I should ask, I should ask, it's like every time someone asks what does CD mean, I give a different answer. What does it mean for? Centrist dickhead. What's it mean? What's it mean for? Central district. Capitalism's death march. It's my cup size. I'm a very uneven grower. Compact dick because I'm on estrogen. No, she'd be looking at like what, a few years or a hefty fine. It depends on what her actual criminal record is. I mean, like the way Courtney has talked about her time on the street. Coolest dick sucker. There we go. Cognitive dissonance. There we go. Perfect. Crispus dumplings. Cockamamie diabolicism. I have an idea for what it stands for, but I can't say it. Even Lily, you're the best. I love you. Thank you, Futuros. I'm not comfortable saying that back, but I appreciate the sentiment. Cucumber devourer. Oh, that's just coolest dick sucker again. Certain doom. Oh, forgettable pyromaniac. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, that's terrible. It's along the lines of dick sucker, but worse. Go ahead, say it. Is there an animal in the back, or is that your mouse? That's me. I have a thing. I have a noise in my throat. There's nothing I can do about it. Cumulus of doom. Credible dweeb. Oh, that's perfect. Cum dump call. Oh, oh, that is perfect. Oh, that's inspired. Oh, that is fucking hysterical. Creme de la creme. Oh God, that is utterly beautiful. Okay, I wasn't the only one thinking it. I gotta go. Sorry, CD. The school calls. See you, Deadly Silence. Very happy to not have a CD joke. CJ from San Andreas. I can't wait to call CD, call it, get her on call. The track listing for your new CD sounds interesting. Has credible dickhead been said already? Not together, but both those terms have been used individually. Has It has to be when my Bluetooth headphones died. You guys start with the dick jokes, didn't it? Thanks, CD, for streaming and making my afternoon better. Aw. Cunning dumpster fire. Cold drill, cordial daughter. All C's and D's. CD stands for immediate takes, all C's and D's. CD is my grades. Man, I've got a bad stammer. Cunnilingus despair. Oh, yeah, despair indeed. I have I have to like someone. I have to like like someone quite a bit to be willing to do that again. I'm probably going to end the stream for YouTube sooner because this seems to be going in a direction where these discussions seem to be going in a direction which I'm totally fine with. That is not YouTube safe. But weirdly enough, is Twitch safe? Imagine having an album where all the names are CD puns. Creative demolition. Because sometimes things are so bad, you need to throw the whole thing out and start again. Did someone call for a creative demolition? There's fair. Hey, Lolo. Cream pie dick joke. We're making dick jokes with our new initials. Some people are making dick jokes. Some people are making slut jokes. Coin operated. Fucking hell. Fuck you. That's clever. How many sets of clothes should you pack for college? That depends on how comfortable you are wearing the same thing twice in a row, and how often do you intend on doing laundry. If you do laundry once a week, you should pack 9. You know, like one for it's like one. Oh wait, no, hang on. Yeah, 8 or 9. I don't even know if the university has a laundry room. It should. It should if you're living there. Also, with how much you're going out too. Well, like I said, how comfortable are you wearing the same thing multiple days in a row? Cock disaster. Oh, I am a disaster when presented with cock. It's like cunt demolition. Oh my god. Oh, Lolo, I didn't know you were visiting again so soon. That was fucking beyond inappropriate. I am so sorry. XD. Okay, that went over well. We'll have to pick a random response from the list anytime someone asks what CD stands for. 3 sets of clothes to wear throughout the week, plus special sets like formal wear and weather underclothes. Okay. Sounds good to me. Don't forget, like, you're not going to be able to wash the clothes that you're wearing on laundry day. Your character's got new animations. I love it. Oh yeah, I decided. I decided it'd be cute if her head wiggled. I need to do that with my my puppet. It's like, guess so. I reiterate, I'll buy that bobblehead. Can't decide. Oh yeah, I certainly can't decide what CD stands for. I forgot the appeal of bobbleheads. There's something you stick on your dashboard. Cunty dialogue. Hey, oh, that girl's in the chat. Hey, pretty kitty. Oh god, a while ago? Oh, a while ago, somebody like a while ago on a stream, somebody actually I could probably say exactly when this happened. God, I have such a bad stammer sometimes. Back in 2020. Back in 2020, I was doing a stream and I just suggested that the chat roast me. You know, this was before you know, I still had stalkers back then, but they weren't like as aggressive. Yeah. And one in particular, good God, they cut right to the very soul. Mr. Cruacan said, I'd say Michaela should whore Lily out, but there's all that talk about decirculating the penny. I thought that was like, fuck. Oh, that cut deep. Jesus, goddamn. You said roast, not cook. Scathing concubine discount capitalist deactivator. That wasn't even culinary. That was just straight up arson. That one was out for the throat. I don't even know what decirculating the penny means, but that sounds like a burn. It means taking the penny out of circulation, getting rid of the penny. Burn poor CD to a crisp. Oh, yeah, that was brutal. You don't have a throat, is your head is floating now? Oh, honey, I have a throat. Yeah, like this puppet is this puppet doesn't have visible joints. Okay, the chat, the stream is getting into a saucy place, so that's gonna be it for YouTube. I am still on Twitch at twitch.tv/cdcall. No hyphens in there. So those of you on YouTube, thanks for joining. I'll see you all next time. Like I said, come by Twitch if you don't mind the